Okay, we'll get this out of the way. Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and we have started the recording at 9:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, we're off to a great start. We have 13 people. Hopefully we'll get some more interested in speaking. On a more happy note, I'm glad that we didn't get the violence that we've seen in the past. That's one thing we can do without. And good evening, Eiffel. And Derek Robinson. Ooh, you put the C in there this time. Good man. And Joe just joined the meeting. Derek, either you're outside or you're... Okay, that gets you right out the door, Mr. Robinson. Catch you later.
Surely that wasn't the real Derek Robinson, was it?
No, that was an imposter. I told him last time that next time he comes in using that name, he should use Derek C, because that's what Derek does. He always emphasizes the C. But no, I wouldn't. Derek wouldn't play music like that, number one, and you can just sort of tell after a while who's who. Okay, we're up to just about 20 people, and we've got Reno, Nevada. We've got Amy up in the active area, and we've got you, Matt. Matt, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Frank?
Okay, what have you guys got planned for Saturday night?
I'm not in the loop on that. I don't know. Is there a guest?
There may be a guest, but I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I just know that Ella said she wanted both hours, so I was just curious. There must be a special guest.
Yeah, you can reach out to her. I don't know who the guest is. But have you started your radio show on what is it, TFR?
Revolution? Yeah,
Revolution.
That'll be January the 31st from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Will you have the information posted on your...
Yeah.
Okay. 8 January, say the date again, please?
The 31st, which is a Sunday, and that is 8 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, good. I'm looking forward to it. Will you have Will you have questions from callers, or will you have a guest?
We have, let me see, Midge Mathis is a maybe because of her car accident. We have Karen Stewart, and I'm forgetting somebody, but God, I will get shot for this, but I'm forgetting somebody. Ella Free.
Starting off big. That's good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to be back on radio too, but not on 5 nights a week. That's too much.
Yeah, because those radio shows reach a much larger audience, so it's really good work to disseminate the word about our issue, because I think those audiences are in the tens of thousands of live listeners.
Yes, they are, and it's a good way to convince non-TIs of what is actually going on. And it's a good place for TIs to gather and listen to the guests and whatever we decide to present. And it'll be on YouTube days later, and you'll be able to listen to it there.
That's great.
Yeah, and I would like to formally ask you if you would like to come on the 31st. Because
did you say that's a Sunday?
Yes, sir. That's a Sunday.
Sure, I'll join. If you think it would be useful or beneficial, I'll join.
Sure. Do you have Skype, Matt?
I do, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we'll have to try the numbers this week and see how they work. I've already checked it out, and the Skype connection is really good. We did a sound check the other day, and it works really well with like 3 people, 4 people. So we'll check it out.
Yeah, it sounds good. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your opinions and whatnot, and you have a lot to offer. We're going to start out with things like what we've all accomplished in the community, and this was Midge's idea. We'll see how this goes, but we should have like a 4-way call or something, I think, prior to the radio show.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we can do it the Saturday before.
Yeah, that sounds great. That'll work. Hi, Frank. Hi, E. CPAL. I'm getting comments from early YouTubes that were posted today. I don't know what this has to do with it, but all these dumb people do is cheat. Everything they do is cheating. I can't see the rest of it, but okay. Michael, good evening. Or pardon me, Michelle. I think we ought to. Everybody is worn out from all this election baloney, and I'm just going to let somebody take the floor and ask a question or bring up a story or. So the mic is open, and the call is yours. The only time it's my call is if something happens. So go right ahead, take over. I'm going to mute and make a pot of coffee and enjoy yourselves in the chat or speak, whatever you like to do.
Hello. I'd just like to say thank you, Dr. Matt, for all you do for us when you're not even targeted anymore. Bye.
Hi, who is this?
I just wanted to say thank you for all you do when you're not even targeted anymore, that you do for us.
Thank you. Can you appreciate the fact that being targeted at any point in time when this issue is still not recognized is painful to me, and that's a main motivator.
Matt, you still must be traumatized. Everyone gets traumatized by this, and I'm sure you're not immune to it. So there's a lot of you that wants to get some, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, that's the what's the word for that? That is, I want my redemption.
Yes. Yeah, that works for me. Hey, Ken. Good evening, Miami.
Good evening.
Got a bizarre little noise in the background. I don't know what it is.
I got a TI tip.
Let's hear it.
Well, you know, they're always monitoring everything I eat and probably everybody else so they can drug it or whatever. I mean, that's been a constant throughout 34 years. But then I thought, you know, I'm going to kind of line the cabinets where the food's at. And in the trailer, there ain't no tops on the cabinets anyway most of the time. They built them so cheap. So it seemed to really help. I've noticed that, you know, when I put a top on, you know, actually put some ceramic up there, you know. So it's because they're always radaring the cans, you know, checking out the rings on the cans or the spirals on the plastic bottles. And I mean, anything that can be done to prevent that is really good because they're always doing that to find out what someone's eating, you know, where it's at, how much is left, you know, they'll try to get a victim to, you know, they might say have a can of beans for dinner when the system knows there ain't no can of beans up there anymore. Now, I mean, that's what they do, whether you believe it or not, that's what they do. But anyway, so I kind of lined my cabinets, you know, with some anti-surveillance matter. And I've noticed it makes a difference. I mean, you know, the signals don't bounce off the cans, you know, and it's just a good thing. So that's my TI tip. I'm not trying to be smart about it. I mean, it's just another something that, you know, prevents these idiots from finding out or invading someone's life and finding out what they're eating and all that stuff. So other than that, things are about the same here. I'm doing everything I can to try to, you know, stop the stuff as usual. More painting, more boards, you know, but it's about the same. Well, how's everybody doing? How are you doing, Frank?
I'm doing okay. What's happening with me is basically mind games. They're
I like to play tricks.
Dampening my short-term memory and words that I'm about to say, and if they get really good and drunk, they'll start doing it on here. And I find myself up against a brick wall with a conversation, and I don't know what anybody said. I feel like I'm demented, and they're in the background laughing, and, oh, we're going to do it again, you know? So.
Gee, Frank, that's kind of akin to what's happening with me. Today was a lot of short-term memory interference, and yesterday was controlling what I would do, and even if I would reach for something to eat, and if it wasn't what I myself would have wanted for me optimally, then I got heavy waves around my head. So naturally, I would back off, you know, because, like, for example, like a 12-ounce ginger ale, sugar isn't really, it really shouldn't have very much sugar. So the ginger ale was, off base until maybe 11 o'clock. Then I just had one anyway because I couldn't stand,
they're always trying to lead people.
But I hear what you're saying, and it certainly isn't easy. And yesterday I was thinking better, much better, and it's frustrating, to say the least. And I'm used to the deceit, if you will, but this, some of the manipulation where you can't physically do something if you don't do what they want you or don't want you to do, according to what is you think might be best for you as far as eating and spending money. So I've gone through that. And sounds crazy, but that's our world.
It's not crazy.
No, it's not. That's what they do. They try to lead you into doing something they want done, whether it's eating something bad or whatever. I find the best remedy for that is changing up. Change, your frequency. Put something to interrupt their targeting. It's the only way to stop it or break the cycle. And I don't know what that is for each of y'all, but I have to.
Well, may I ask, how do you interrupt their cycle?
Well, that's what I'm getting ready to tell you. I might put a different hat on. I might put a little foil in it, or I might put a magnet in it. But I change it up when I notice things are just they're trying to get me to buy a certain product in the store before I go there. I mean, they do it all the time, but I just try to interrupt that targeting somehow, jingle my keys above my head, whatever it takes to feel that freedom to choose. That's different for everybody. You might have to walk underneath the awning and stand there for a minute. Whatever it takes, to finally feel that personal prayer or choice that you feel doing things. And I know it takes a little extra time, a little effort, but that's the only way I'm able to make it. And I screw up sometimes too. I find myself, that daggone, but then when I get home, I thought, I shouldn't have got that. But basically I get through it and get what I want. But.
Well, another thing is difficult when your chest feels inflated, and if you used to exercise a lot and stuff, and you I should be speaking in the first person, but that's not easy. I try to just pretend it's just me, and then I go with it the best I can. But
no,
I noticed.
I know what you mean. It feels like your lungs or your heart feel like they're vibrating so much they're going to explode. Yes, that happens to me when I say in prayers. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I had that. I had that happen when I did something like that, and
certainly isn't easy. No, it isn't.
And you know, for me, it interrupts my thinking. That's what it does. It interrupts it a little bit, and that drives me like a little bit. It's a little bit unpleasant. Let's say that.
Can I ask if somebody's got a better idea than what I'm using to go to sleep at night? Now, I've got to use a sound machine, and I'm wearing headphones. But now, because they're making so much noise, I'm not the only one hearing it. If my dog is also hearing it, running to the other side of the house. So now when I turn two radios on, they're also able to affect whatever channels my radios are on, and they're turning the volumes up and down all night. So maybe I'm not getting any sleep till 6 o'clock the next morning. Does anybody have a better idea? That's how much noise, how loud they're doing it, and they're also affecting my radios.
Okay, I am at war with my perps right now, and it's over sleep. So I'll tell you what I do. Every time they dampen my memory to the degree where I can hardly even, I crank up Dave Case's CD, and I leave it on all night long. I'm used to it. But the way they listen to it, they have to listen to it. So, because they're so bloody addicted to this, that's part of it. But in order for them to stay in the loop, they have to keep this channel open. Otherwise, they lose me. And they say they shut the system off every night and go to sleep, but they can't do that. There's no way they can do it because they'd lose me. But I encourage...
Well, I know that here, a few nights this week, they have kept me up all night, and then this morning they kept me up until 4 a.m. Somebody is awake all night here. But if I'm turning one radio on static and I'm turning the other one on an S-band, they're hearing that. They don't like it. But they like rock music, which I don't like to hear sound when I go to sleep. But somebody is awake all night.
Yeah, they don't like static. I use it in the car frequently when I'm not using Dave Case's CD, like if I've forgotten it for some reason. But I have to order his latest one. The one I have, I think, is like almost 3 years old now. It's the one with 54 tracks.
Great idea.
Yeah, and I'm just going to pick up a new one. I think he's got a new one out now that's supposedly even better. If anybody wants to buy one, a link to his site is on our site at targetedmassachusetts.org. On the left-hand side, if you scroll down, you'll see a CD. Just click on the CD. It'll take you right there. I think all he wants is postage.
Well, Frank.
Yes.
Why do you suppose these perps need to hear music?
You need to hear it because that's what's going to block out a lot of what they're saying, and if you fill the spectrum right up, what they're doing.
Well, see, I thought that would do it right off. I mean, at first I was only using a sound machine over the last few years. But then in the year 2020, the perps were making me get up in the middle of the night while I'm all covered. My eyes are covered. Making me go to the opposite side of the house while I'm asleep, not knowing it. And then I'm taking things off. And so then I had to start turning on a radio. Then I had to get a different radio, and I would put them on different stations, different channels. But my perps are able to make louder sound than what's on the radio. That's what they're doing here. But they're also able to make the volume go up and down. I've actually had a witness come in the door and witness the volume going up and down. Now, this week, I've actually had a witness here to hear some of the sounds, the background sounds that was going on my radio 2 days ago in the morning that my perps were able to do over my radio.
As far as turning your radio up and down and someone else noticing it, that's fantastic if you can get them to bear witness to that. But normally, if you're by yourself and that happens,
yeah,
they can tighten or up the tension on your eardrum or loosen it. And once they start to loosen it a little bit, you start to lose volume in terms of what you're hearing.
Well, now, see, that's what they were doing when I was using earplugs, and I would put earplugs in my ears. For a while there I was, and they were able to push out the earplug. So I'm not using earplugs anymore. But
yeah,
no.
Earplugs shouldn't help you, actually. Earplugs, I think I mentioned the other night that I had gauze and some type of ointment, and I shoved the gauze all the way into my ears. This was years ago now. Mm-hmm. And all the way up to my eardrum on both sides, in both ears, and it really didn't do anything. Yeah. Then I had to get it out. No, I'm only kidding.
Well, let me tell you, this is how bad it is here. You've heard of reflex kick. It's usually used as, well, it's all silver. It's usually supposed to be, what do they call that? Usually it's insulation.
Okay.
If you buy it, if you buy it, it's in a roll. If you can get it, you can pull off enough and make sure you have a large piece that goes down your chest. Get another piece that goes all the way around your waist. You need to stick them together with non-reflective tape. And whatever's going to be your back, if you can get something hard, put it down toward the lower of your back and at the upper part of your back. And it's hard for them to get through that. Now, what I've had to do for my head here lately is I've had to make something that I slide my head in. After I cover my eyes, I slide my head into this large piece of reflex kick. But then I've also got to put a heavy coat on top of that so their air doesn't come in and push it backwards. I mean it. That's how bad this is.
Right. That's very interesting. Steve, you want to comment on that?
I was just wondering, did she, I would say her radio was being turned up and down a minute ago? I just came in the call. Yeah, they're doing that with EMP strikes. That's an electromagnetic pulse that's causing the radio to do that. Yep. I got a device that can detect that. I show how to build it on my channel, on Steve Grogan Knows. And I just went over to my perp's house the other day and knocked on their door and told them I knew they were involved in electronic harassment, and they're members of the local law department. And they got highly agitated and called the other cops out there, and they gave me a warrant, no trespass, warning. If I go back down there, I'll get arrested. And I called the sheriff's office 3 or 4 times about it, trying to talk to him about it after I left, because I heard that the investigator was talking to my ex-wife about child endangerment, because I had my son with me when I went down there, who's 15 years old. And so I tried to call them several times, and they wouldn't return any of my phone calls. However, they did manage to call my girlfriend, and, I called and left a couple of messages that day for them to call me. But then they didn't call me. They called my parents and agitated them. They agitated my girlfriend. They agitated my ex-wife. They agitated just more harassment. Now I got actual investigators going around harassing my family that won't even talk to me on the phone. And even though I've called and left 3 messages, it's all on my channel. On my channel, I show where I go to the guy's house and knock on the door. If you guys want to see it, and how all the cops came out and stuff. That just did that shit last weekend.
Yeah, that's a bummer. You've got
yeah.
You're involved.
They haven't charged me with anything as far as I know right now. I mean, I was doing it peacefully. I don't see why they want to charge me with anything to start with, but now it's harassment, acting like they're going to charge me with something. You know?
They probably will. But
yeah. Well, I hope they do. I mean, I don't know what they would charge me with, but they might as well.
James Lico.
People need to hear about it.
James Lico usually comes on this call, and he has been in a situation with his neighbor for years now. I think he's like 75 years old now. But his situation is so bad that he's been in and out of court for the last 2 years with him. So it's better off just to watch them and learn, I guess.
Yeah, well the reaction and everything is when I went over there and did that, I got all that on film and I put it on YouTube, the whole thing. And I was very peaceful about it and calm. I didn't have any weapons on me or anything like that. I just wanted to talk to the guy about electronic harassment. And they had a cow.
Has anybody heard of any politician, any news that they're interested in stopping this? I just recently heard that there is a patent on an invention where somebody can find out if you are a cyber torture victim.
Well, that's quite possible. But I would love to see it. I'd love to meet the gentleman who actually created it. But what we have to do is we have to get a series of targets together with microwave-type meters and find out the source of this and go to that source and demonstrate.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Steve, this is Jesse Call. I just had a quick question for you.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you. Since you confronted your neighbors, has your harassment stopped?
Oh, no, it's gotten worse.
It's gotten worse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so are you, sounds like you're pretty certain that they're the ones that are responsible for it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, 100%.
Boy, if you could find a way to get,
the cell towers that are attacking me. I have proof of what cell towers are attacking me. Okay, I built a device that's highly directional and highly sensitive, that I can tell. You just put it on your head, like a set of headphones, and you listen, and you point this magnetic receiver around in a circle around you, and you can hear any radio waves that are coming in on you, any of these microwaves and stuff.
So you're saying you don't think it's coming directly from the house. You're just saying you think they're responsible for the towers. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're sending out the command from home on their computer. Okay, they're sitting at home watching all this stuff on their computer with their headset on and whatever they wear, special equipment for this, I'm sure. And they watch and they send out commands, and you get EMP. I've had EMP strikes on my recorder, EMP strikes on me, electromagnetic pulses. I got the exact time, like Friday, October 23rd, around 10 o'clock, between 10 and 10:30 at night, I got EMP'd by the Northwest Cell Tower from my position. Stuff like that. I mean,
Hey, Steve?
I got it on camera.
Did you lose anything else when you lost your recorder? That's a shame.
No, I still got the recorder.
Okay,
They EMP'd it, but it's damaged, but it still works, believe it or not. They did EMP my electromagnetic tester that I bought off of Amazon for like $26, so hard that it doesn't work anymore. And I got like they'll EMP your SD cards if you leave them laying around. If you got an SD card and you get some of them guys on film, they will EMP that SD card if you don't put it in a Faraday cage. They'll EMP it so that it doesn't work. You got to wrap it up in like aluminum foil or something.
Yeah. Well, something else with electromagnetics is anything that works on a battery, it also steals the power strength of it.
Yeah.
Miami, can you speak up? Miami, can you speak up? Okay.
I'm not paying you for that. I'm not paying you.
Okay. Okay. Katie, you have a very noisy line, and if you can fix that, unmute yourself by hitting *6, okay?
Oh, I thought it might have been, I don't know, one of the cartoons, from the 60s.
Oh, okay. For some reason, the volume has dropped right out of this room. I don't know why, but I just cannot hear anybody. It's not the equipment here.
No, I think somebody didn't like us talking about EMP.
Okay, because all I'm seeing is one little green dot on you. And you were doing fine here a minute ago. You should get closer to your phone, perhaps.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Almost. Okay, Catherine, you're in the active area. It sounds like you're having some problems there. You want to fix them?
Who, me?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay, my phone's on speaker.
These phones, I'll tell you, the perps get a hold of them, and...
Does that sound better?
That's much better.
Well, since I've been on the call with you, I lost one to borrow my phone. Yep.
Yep, Steve, in case you don't know, you paused yourself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just listening. Yeah, I got evidence and all kinds of stuff like that. This little handheld device that I built, it's just an electromagnetic receiver with microwave magnets. It works off a 5-volt DC low-voltage battery, like a cell phone battery. And you can carry it around in your pocket, wear these headphones on your head, and you can identify the cell towers that are attacking you with it. And I've done that, and I've recorded the exact, like the EMP, I have the exact pulse width modulation of an EMP strike, and the exact time and day it happened, and the tower that it came from. So now all I got to do is subpoena the cell tower records and see who ordered that EMP strike on my house, on my home, from that cell tower. And that'll lead back to who the perps are. But if they don't fudge the paperwork on the cell tower records and make it say something that's not true, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I have to go to your... Go ahead. I think that's Catherine. Sounds like Catherine.
Yeah. What I found out years ago is unless you are listed as a political criminal, Well, that's one of those things that probably all of us are listed as. They don't have to tell you anything if they're already doing this on your home. And I believe all of us, who are targeted victims, well, I already know that it's against our consent, because who would consent to this? But they don't have to tell you anything if they're doing EMP on your home, if they're doing microwave. So I'm trying to figure out also, who do we talk to?
To figure out which is which?
No, over the last few years, I have spoken to congressmen from Georgia. I've spoken to senators from Georgia. Nobody wants to get involved, and they've also told me, this is not my area. You're speaking to the wrong. Nobody wants to do anything to help.
Yeah, we're going to have to get this device I created out in the hands of everybody, a lot of TIs. People are going to have to copy it and take this device and prove the cell tower that's attacking you. And once large amounts of people are showing, hey, this cell tower right here is attacking me. I don't have a cell phone on me. I don't have no Wi-Fi in my house. I'm sitting here with everything turned off, and I got microwaves and EMPs hitting my home. Why is this happening? But it's coming from that cell tower right there, FCC tower number, blah, blah, blah. Somebody's going to have to come up with a reason. And it'll be illegal. It'll be proven that, it's illegal. An EMP is a weaponized strike. That's a weapon. An EMP is a weapon.
Yeah. Can you tell me, how far away do you think this device is from you?
Oh, it's the cell towers. I got the device. I'm holding it in my hand, and I'll listen for you can hear the microwaves or the EMPs. It's just like like an EMP sounds like kind of like that. I got a recording of that. My second video I showed that my recorder getting EMP'd. And I'm like, if there's nothing on this recorder, why is somebody EMPing it?
Yeah, if it's a very large EMP, it will take time to recharge those capacitors in between shots. So it depends upon. You should be losing TV sets, radios, everything in the house. Not just your.
Lucky, yeah. They shut down my recorder still works. The screen's messed up on it a little bit, but it still works. The only thing they really tore up completely was that I couldn't fix was that EMF meter, electromagnetic field meter, but I didn't try to fix it because I already made one myself, from some magnets, an electromagnetic receiver. That it's really highly sensitive. This thing picks up fluorescent lights above your head. You can't be in the house around a whole bunch of fluorescent lights or a bunch of power and use it. You got to go outside to use it to be able to hear, or you'll have too much interference from the power from the wire in the wall. That's how sensitive it is.
Does the fluorescent light pulse very rapidly?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can hear 60 hertz when you stick it up to the fluorescent light. I can just demonstrate it right now, probably. Let me get it out.
Would you ever be interested in coming to another targeted victim's house to read?
Well, that's why I show how to make this device. It's on YouTube. You can make the receiver part, and you can buy the HY929 amplifier, which is like a through-the-wall type sound amplifier, okay? It amplifies sound 25,000 times. Not 2,500, 25,000 times amp. And it's just 5-volt, like your cell phone battery in it. I can plug it in. Let me turn it on. I'm going to have to switch from these headphones. Hang on 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, Steve.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me turn this device on. I'll show you what the what's the fluorescent light sound like. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. 60 hertz. I can hold it up to the light switch in the room, and it picks up the microwaves and the EMPs that hit me.
Yeah, if you take one lead from an oscilloscope and put it in your left hand, and you put the other lead of the oscilloscope in your right hand, that will read 60 hertz too, because you are saturated with it.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe that for sure. I've noticed like little differences about you can touch the leads on this mic because I got two of the leads exposed to metal. And I can touch it with my finger and it sounds kind of different. Somebody else touches it, seems like. It's not targeted. Yeah, it's really easy thing to make, this device. You know, it cost me like $40, I think, and some junk parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you put the name of your website in the chat, because I would like to examine this thing.
It's Steve Grogan, KNOWS. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that. I'm not sure if I can. I'm just on the phone. I don't know if it'll. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, Frank. Not with the phone. Not with the way I come into the meeting. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
But it's Steve Grogan, KNOWS on YouTube. On YouTube, okay. It shows exactly how to build this thing. You can build it for like $40 and like an old junk microwave if you get the magnets out of it. I can send out some of these coils if anybody wants one. You know, I'm gonna try to. I need to just send Frank some of them. Let him help me distribute them because I'm so busy all the time working, just trying to feed myself.
Can you repeat the YouTube
They've
channel?
taken everything from me. I lost 2 houses and 7 acres of land and all this, and my wife for 25 years and everything else. So.
What does it sound like to you? I mean, I know it's EMP, that somebody's also using a generator, but what does it sound like to you? When I'm thinking of my radio, that somebody from another location where they live is clicking a switch, and at the same time I'm also hearing the pulse. But that clicking sound that, you know, was created from what you have there, I also heard that over my radio. What does that sound like?
I don't know. You could be hearing maybe an EMP from it. You might be hearing it over the speakers, an EMP maybe. I don't know. That an EMP wouldn't sound like that though. It would be a lot. I mean, it would be. It's different. I show what an EMP sounds like on the second video on my YouTube channel. It's just about 12 seconds long. If you want to see what an EMP sounds like.
Would you like to see if we can get some other people up here and discuss this with you?
Can you please repeat the YouTube channel?
Steve Grogan, KNOWS. Knows. Steve Grogan knows.
I just found your channel, Steve. I just subscribed. Looking forward to listening to your videos.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Okay, I just subscribed as well. And
Thank you, Frank.
I would like to look at...
yeah, I hope this changes lives for a lot of TIs. I really do. I think it will. I started crying when I saw how good it worked. I started crying.
Oh my gosh! What is the designation on YouTube? The title, whatever.
Steve Grogan Knows.
I'm sorry, Frank.
Steve Grogan Knows.
Okay. I just turned something down instead of holding my finger on it, and I lost it. Could you say it one more time?
Steve Grogan Knows.
Thanks.
Sure.
Steve Grogan Knows.
Yeah, so everybody please check that out, and please, some people try to duplicate this experiment. You can get the audio amplifier on Amazon for $40. It's a listen through the wall.
You're talking about with these devices.
What about it?
That was just me changing from your page.
Oh, okay. But yeah, this little small, simple device right here, it won't cost you more than probably $40 or, something like that, maybe $100 at the most to make it. And use it. I'm going to try to make some. I'm going to try to get one sent out to Frank. I already told him I would, but it's like all I can do here lately is just go to work and come home, and I'm beat. I only got one day, and my family stays on my butt about me doing this because they think I'm crazy, of course.
Well, they think we're all crazy, so that's nothing.
Yeah, I know. I've just chosen to ignore them, even though, I'm going to have to stop here soon. See, I might not hear from me for a while. I'm going to have to, or my mom and dad's going to want to throw me out of the house because they got the cops calling, talking to them about I'm crazy because I went over there and knocked on this guy's door because I'm sick of this shit. And I got evidence showing that this shit's happening to me, and nobody will listen. I've called the FCC. I wrote a thing to the FBI. I went to the GBI office, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I've been to the governor's office. I've been to the sheriff's office. No, I haven't been to the sheriff's office. I've called the sheriff several times. The list goes on and on. And nobody listens, and the only way we're going to get them to listen is if everybody's got one of these devices at home, and they can record the time and date of their attack, and the location that the cell tower, where the cell tower is at, and you don't have to have it on the dish when you use it to locate the cell tower. You can just point it with your hand because that's how it works.
Okay,
it works
Steve,
just fine like that.
I think everybody has your YouTube channel. And I think everybody's going to take a look. So, David, did you want to say something?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. David, did you want to say something? Because you're up in the active area.
I am?
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say that probably the reason that nobody wants to talk to them, nobody wants to listen is because they're on the take. And while they're on the take, this enforces a code of silence, and they're not going to want to talk to you about it. Not only does it enforce a code of silence, but if they need a deed or an act done against you, they're going to probably do it. If they get a text message that you are in the area, in their vicinity, then that's it. They're going to probably get a text message and do something stupid. A gang stalking tactic.
Yep. No, that's how it is, though. I hope they do.
So, see, if the FCC won't even listen to us, and they're supposed to protect, against this happening.
What?
Well, the current, the current head of FCC has been the biggest jerk that they've ever had, I guess, and he's gone now. So there's going to be a new man in the FCC. The other guy was in there, and he made a mess out of things.
So will you keep us up on if we can trust him, if we go to him, would we know somebody's using EMP on our homes?
Yeah, what you have to do is you have to take it from the FCC's angle. You have to go to their site and see whose frequencies are registered to whom. In other words, which frequency is registered to the federal government, which frequencies within a band can you actually record. So this is how you get at the FCC with solid proof on a meter that you can actually write down and keep and record. Start a small notebook. And this way you will have the evidence when you need it. And if Mr. Grogan's device works properly, that would be an excellent way to help prove it.
Yeah,
but you have to have... Go ahead.
Yes. There's a lot of TIs that this is happening to, right?
Yes. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I tried calling Luda. Talked to her on these conference calls probably well over a year, maybe even closer to 2 years now. And she won't talk to me for some reason.
Well, she has her reasons, and you may have said something that she didn't like or something, but she's usually pretty reasonable.
When was that?
I don't know. There's a lot of conference calls out there.
Frank, I doubt it seriously.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'm really a very respectful person. I don't go out of my way to disrespect people. Respect is given when respect is shown. But really, what probably happened was that she probably heard some slander by people that are probably in the know about her targeting. So what kind of sense does that make if you're going to listen to the same people that might even be involved with your targeting?
Yeah, that would make no sense.
Yeah.
People have to start trusting other targets too. And we have to vet targets. There should be a vetting process so that, or you get to know the person. Like if somebody comes in here under the anonymous flag, we're never going to get to know that person because they don't say anything. They're anonymous and they just sit there. They could be government, like one of the ABC people, or they could be anyone. Someone from free conference calls, someone from anywhere. We don't know who they are.
They had a guy on here last August, not this August that just passed, August of 2019. And it was about 5 o'clock in the morning on a Monday morning. And I think it was Neil's call because it was late in the night. It was just me, Sovereign Man, and Deb from Wisconsin, and we were talking. And I was asking a question about implants, and I heard this little small whisper. I was like, what are the symptoms of an implant? And then I heard this small voice say a heart attack, and I said, what about a heart attack? And then the guy started getting on here. He started like saying my mom sucks, and then he was like, you ever heard of the NSA? And I said, what about them? And he said, you ever heard of the NSA? And then he got off the call. He said, get his IP address, and he got off the call. So
Frank, it's Anonymous, New Jersey. I just thanked Dr. Matt. But the reason I go on Anonymous, I want you to know, is because, again, I told you my cell phone number, I want it blocked. I'm scared as a human being with this happening to me. I don't want my number out there. I have enough problems being targeted. They've been in my phone and stuff, and I want them out of it. And to be able to hear your call while driving, because they forced me out of my house, it's easier to dial in and not use the other thing to hear you better, because the volume's louder.
See, I got a good idea of what the hell's going on, but if I said anything about it, it would probably incriminate me or like increase my harassment or whatever. But I got a good idea what the hell's going on in my situation with gang stalking and mind control. Hello?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Well, you told me, please.
I would like to make a comment. I think everyone really needs to back up their journaling, because I journal in like a spiral-bound paper notebook. So I videotape it, each page, and back it up. So just make sure you're making extra copies. Have your family members save a flash drive with that information on there or whatever. But just back up your stuff. It's really important.
Yeah.
How do you recommend he backs up his storage device?
His what?
His information. How does he back it up?
On a hard drive, you can get passports. It's like a terabyte, or you can purchase a 2 terabyte backup drive at Best Buy, or you can get little flash drives and back up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can back up quite a bit of information on flash drives.
A terabyte is a ton of information.
It's a ton of information. I have 2 of them, and you can really back up a lot of stuff. But, try to have as many backups as you can afford, because it's, like I said, it's super important that we keep our evidence. Evidence is the only thing that's really going to help us make any headway legally.
Yeah. Kevin Christian, have you heard of Kevin Christian before?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's great.
Well, he's been backing up his data on terabytes because he has so many YouTube videos.
Mhm.
That's a good thing. I don't know what terabytes are, but I need to get it. But everything I get gets stolen. I have to tell y'all what happened to me this week when I have a chance.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Hi, it's Katie Peterson. This week, the police came to my door and said that I was being too noisy and the entire neighborhood wanted me out of the neighborhood. When the police came, I was sitting in my robe watching TV, quiet as can be. 2 days later, they came with a warrant to my work, arrested me in front of my boss, took me to my former employer where I used to work at Christus Bond Hospital, to the mental ward to get a psychiatric evaluation. I was there from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 12:30 at night. Met with the psychiatrist finally about 11:30 in the evening. And he told me that the police had lied about me. Yeah, so he told me he says, if you can, he says, get with a great attorney and our hospital will back you up. So now I'm scared to death to go home all the time. So now, because I don't know if they can try to find another warrant on me for something.
It must be based in something.
Yeah, no, this has been going on for 4 years with me. They're always trying to, my group is all about throwing you into the psych ward.
Now, when you last spoke in the Q&A, you said that you had some kind of murder charge pending.
No, not me.
Yeah.
Not me.
No?
No, that's someone else. No, I don't have any murder charges. No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, you were just on here not too long ago.
Yeah, so it was 2 days after your interview, Frank, with me, that they came to the door and said that the neighborhood was saying I was too noisy. And then they actually went and called my parents and my best friend out of town. Now, how would they have that information? And then in the hospital, they sat there and they just lied in front of me. And the psychiatrist, as soon as he saw me, I said, I used to work as a manager, managed 3 of the 6 hospitals here. And I said, if I had any kind of mental problems, I think y'all wouldn't have hired me. I said, I managed over 430 employees. And he goes, we know who you are. And he says, everything that we've seen is a lie. He says, get with a really good attorney, and we will stand behind you. And he says, this isn't the first time that the Corpus Christi, Texas police have lied about people not being mentally sane. And he says it's becoming a problem in this town, which I found interesting that the hospital would say that. And so I said, can you put that in writing for me, please, so that I can take it to my employer. And he didn't say that he didn't use the word lied. He said that what the police wrote about on the warrant about me to what their findings were was contradictive, and that I was deemed fit, or that there wasn't anything for that. There's no murder charges against me. No, not at all.
Okay, I thought you said that there was something with throwing a plate or something like that, or
a what?
A plate in your home? I don't know.
Oh no, that's someone else. No, I'm the one that used like a video game globally and been chased through 6 countries to keep my story quiet. I'm like a daily murder drama. Yeah, I'm the daily murder drama of the day.
Gotcha.
What did the police write?
I'm sorry?
What did the police write? What were they saying?
They said that my neighbors wanted me out of the neighborhood because I was way too noisy, and that they had video. There's no video at all. And there's none. And so the neighbors that they said complained, was my boss, who did not. She didn't know anything about it. She lives 2 doors down from me. My next door neighbor is my boss's best friend. They did not make the complaint. The 90-year-old man across the street did not make the complaint. Not one soul on my street has made a complaint against me.
That's insane.
It is insane, but Texas is the second worst for trying to do the organized stalking or gang stalking, and it is also the state with the most fusion centers. And everything is based out of San Antonio. NSA, in Texas, you have Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, all the groups that are harming us.
I just can't believe that they didn't even have to have hardly any kind of, evidence to take you out of your home like that and put you in an institution.
Yeah.
Because I've gotten loud where I'm at, and the police have been out one time, and they just told me to go back, just keep it inside. Like I was just getting upset in my garage. So I just
it's heartbreaking. In this group, I mean, they can put a recorder in your house, and then go. I mean, I get broken into like so many of us on a regular basis, and they can put a recorder in there, and they can do whatever. They can, they can get someone else to be doing something, banging pots or banging something, and then blame it on you. That's the heartbreaking thing. It was no video recording. It was just like a noise, and I haven't been able to hear it. And they said to get a good attorney. And I looked up one attorney that's in Dallas, and a man was thrown into the same thing, had a warrant, thrown into the mental ward for the day, and Texas police applied, and he got a $4 million settlement. Now, I've tried to call the attorney. Of course, I'm blocked, as Frank knows. My phone, as so many of us, our phones get blocked nonstop. So I haven't been able to get to the attorney.
Yeah,
but it's nice to know there are attorneys that aren't afraid to take on the police and take care of our human rights. Yeah, so that man won the $4 million case for the same thing we're going through. But he didn't go through saying,
borrow your friend's phone and call them when you just have to leave
True.
Borrow your friend's
yeah, well, yeah. Yes. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take up the whole show, but that's what's happened since I had my interview with Frank. And it's all stemmed for that.
Thank you.
Because the more you share, the more, they want to hide it and make your life harder.
Well, one thing my attorney told me is that, even if they take you to a psych hospital, and I don't know if this is state by state, and the psych hospital deems you competent, if they come and pick you up again, for whatever reason, apparently, they can do it more than once. It doesn't have to be one. I didn't know that either. I thought that once you've been deemed mentally competent, that's it. They can't legally, but they can do it as many times as they want. So I didn't know that. My attorney told me that.
Yeah, that's what I'm finding out. And they look for any excuse because that's how they make their money. I know that the police and the university hospital have a contract, and university hospital pays the fusion and the InfoGuards. So there's there's an incentive for that, which is heartbreaking. And that's where they're getting caught and I know that people are trying to change that situation. But the mental ward police.
That kind of stuff now, like that.
Yeah, it's pretty heartbreaking. So now, I can't even go home. So now I'm trying to find a place where I, as we do, try to move again. Does anybody know about if there's several asylum countries we can go to where we can seek asylum? Does anybody know how it works for if we go to Switzerland?
Sure.
Is that how it works?
I think it is the same in all United Nations supported countries. One of them is Ecuador. I think another one is Poland. Check a list on that.
Well, I went to the United Nations. I'm part of the, where you can watch everything on their regular TV and their cyber torture updates all the time. And they have a whole dedicated department about cyber torture and torture. And I did fill out the form this week about it. So I have gotten that in with their, explaining it. So that's maybe something y'all would like to do just to help us make our case stronger. From what I understand, a lot of people feel like the United Nations aren't doing anything, but from what I understand, they actually are, and they're not very pleased with the U.S. saying that there's not a problem. We aren't the problem when we are the main problem with this, with what we go through. So I was just curious because I'm just ready to, as so many of us are, I'm so ready to move on again. But I've gone through 6 countries and I was attacked in every single one. So I know that there's a woman in India that actually found a place in India where she's not getting harmed, but I don't know what area. And I wish I did. I would get on the plane tomorrow and go.
Okay. Charleston, West Virginia. Would you like to speak? You're right up in the active area as well. Not anymore. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. I just made a fresh pot, and I will be back in about a minute.
Yeah, hey, how's it going, fellow TIs?
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's like, every day it's some more shit. Same old shit. Anyway.
How are you?
I'm still dealing with implants in my body that I have been working on with other TIs to get the right investigators to scan my body for implants that have been implanted in my body since 2008. I was implanted in 2008, 2011, 2014, and 2016. And I have a long story about each one, but my story is not just about implants, though. It's about gang stalking and being targeted by gang stalkers for the past 10 years, since 2011. And they sabotaged my vehicles, and they sabotaged me and my mom. They poisoned us with neurotoxins.
Frank.
I'd like to ask, I missed the first part of the program, so what is this device this guy came up with, and what is it supposed to do?
We don't know exactly, but it's supposed to detect microwave cell towers. That's my...
Yeah, it's an electromagnetic receiver.
Yes.
It's an electromagnetic receiver.
Yeah, that looks like a headphone driver you're using. It's very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
We have plenty of room up here for people to speak. Come on up and join in the conversation.
Frank.
Yes.
Can I tell you, from a cardiologist that I saw about 3 years ago, when I was at the hospital, the cardiologist explained to me the next morning when I was at the hospital, ma'am, we simply do not understand this. If you came in with a heart problem, you should still have the same heart problem the next morning. It was evident there is no problem. You got up several times in the middle of the night to use the restroom because the nurse had to come into your room every time you got up. The bed registers every time you got up out of the bed. If there was a heart problem, you would have fainted. And I said, yes, sir, I understand that.
Well, that's not exactly true either. There are people with heart problems that can go up and down stairs with no problem. Just because you had a heart problem doesn't mean that you would have fainted. You may have gotten a little lightheaded, but he shouldn't have made that harsh a judgment.
Well, I had been in 5 different hospitals, and each time the paramedics picked me up from my home, I was at VFib. And when I've stayed overnight in those hospitals, they can't find any problem with me. And that's what this cardiologist, found out. And then I wore a heart monitor in my home. And every time my heart or my lungs started jumping, like I was explaining earlier, yes, it feels like they're going to explode. That was here.
Did it show? Did it show on the machine, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
And I had an EEG taken of me, and while I was there with a tech, it shows that I've got lesions on my brain. And that shows every part of my body that my perps have been hitting in my body. Now, I've already explained to a lot of people, and one of those persons is the person who came through my door and actually heard the radio volume going up and down, and I wasn't touching it. One of those persons also heard Liliana on my phone explaining the United Nations already causes cyber torture victims and already explains some of our symptoms, that we are cyber torture victims, and that our government's trying to find a way to stop all this. And the EEG shows how much my brain has been burnt because they are burning my body. And nobody just wakes up and they've got perfect round burns in their fingernails or a big burn on their ankle.
Okay, I suggest that you get, if you don't already have them, get some reports on these. Get a copy of your medical history and hold on to it.
Okay.
That would be my advice.
Hi.
Hi, Lily.
Hey, Frank. Could I talk to the woman who's talking right now? I have a question for her.
Yeah, of course you can.
Hi. I don't know your first name, but I'm trying to understand what you're talking about with your heart. Are you saying you have heart issues or palpitations and the like, and you go to the doctors and they're saying that there's nothing wrong with you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. When I have been asleep here at my home, and then all of a sudden my heart is going in VFib. Now,
okay.
Yep.
I have a suggestion. I, for years and years and years, had unexplained heart issues just like that. I had worn heart monitors. I had EKGs. I had the other one too. What's it called? The echo. I have had more heart workups, just as much as anything else, to explain the unexplained. So I tried a different approach, and it worked. So I agree with you that you're having massive palpitations that sometimes feel like they're flutters all the way up to like you think you're going to have a heart attack. Not quite tachycardic, though. And what that is, probably because you are receiving so much microwave energy that each one of your cells, each one of your body cells, including your heart cells, fire on the electrolytes. And because you're a targeted individual, you are missing serious electrolytes. And the minute I started taking the proper large doses of potassium and magnesium, all my heart problems went away. And it's because you're a target that you need more of those things, because that's what the side effects to this technology goes after first. It's one of the first side effects are your electrolytes. So calcium, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. My heart has finally, it's been almost 2 years, and I have not had any of the heart problems that I've had historically in those 2 years, including my heart was so erratic, it would knock the wind out of me almost, like, oh my gosh, she's going, and it wasn't, I didn't have to be doing anything. It wasn't like I was excited or nervous or anything. It would just happen, like I didn't have enough energy or something, and I straightened out my electrolyte balance, and let me tell you, it changed everything. So I just would really encourage you to look into it with your doctor, get the proper amounts that you think you should need according to your diet, and look into the big four, which is especially your heart needs magnesium for regulation. So magnesium and potassium, big time for people who are targeted, especially if you have heart pain, heart problems, heart anything. That's just my recommendation.
Lily?
Yeah.
Can you confirm my audio, please? Because I just lost everything.
Your audio? What do you mean?
No, I guess you can hear me.
I can hear you. Yeah. So, ma'am, I hope that helps. That's just a suggestion. I don't know if you take supplements at all, but I would really recommend maybe you looking into, especially the potassium and the magnesium. All four. Make sure you get proper kind of salt, sodium, not traditional table salt.
We have to be careful because she has brain lesions, so we don't know what effect that might have unless we are MDs.
Yeah, I would. This would probably help any kind of scarring on the brain from this technology. For sure. This is going to help energize cells and give them the right nutrients they need to fire properly, and that will promote healing too. And it might give you a little bit more energy. Your cells are going to be able to produce more energy, and every cell in your body communicates through calcium. So, and potassium is really interesting because your body actually needs, they recommend 4,700 milligrams. That's a typical recommended allowance. That means you need to eat like 8 bananas or 4 avocados a day to get that much potassium. And most people do not eat that many vegetables in a day. So as targets, it's essential for all of us that we have our electrolytes straightened out. Or as a side effect, what's going to happen is your body's going to leach the calcium out of your bones as you age, and it's also going to that one I forgot. Second point. Anyway, so that's my spiel. I just hope that helps. Maybe you could try something like that. Have you ever taken any electrolytes at all?
I have to reboot. Okay.
Can you give me a couple of ideas of calcium if I'm talking to you?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you give me a couple of ideas on calcium if I'm looking to milk?
Is it just me, or is everybody having a hard time hearing her? I can't hear her. It sounds real staticky.
I'm allergic to milk. Can you give me a few other ideas of calcium?
For calcium? Yeah. So you mean for brands of calcium?
Yes.
So you can get supplements. I would go to Amazon.com. First I would Google your age and recommended allowances for nutrients, right? Unless you talk to your doctor first, and then investigate your diet. But For brands of calcium, I prefer a company called Garden of Life. They make a type of calcium called raw calcium, and it has a lot of good nutrients with it. And then I like another company called Pure Encapsulations. They are also on Amazon, and I get my potassium separate. I don't do a multiple electrolyte. I do them individually to make sure I track milligrams pretty closely. So I do an individual potassium, an individual magnesium, and then I do the raw calcium from Garden of Life. The other two I get from Pure Encapsulations. And then I buy sea salt, or I'll purchase the Himalayan salt for cooking and stuff, and make sure, and sometimes I'll put salt right on an avocado to make sure that my potassium levels are good. If you like avocados, those are really healthy for you. And they're a good source of fat and a good source of fiber for your brain. And to help, by the way, brain lesions, there's a lot of really interesting information out there about neuroplasticity, about brains healing, and about the use of medium chain triglycerides, which are fats. So there's your brain is fuel. You really need to eat really healthy fats. And I'm a big coconut oil person too. I think it got a bad rap. There's different arguments about coconut oil, but coconut oil and olive oil, so for the brain.
Coconut folic acid, yes, you're right. So coconut milk might give me some calcium.
Frank, are you back on here? I need to reboot so I can, not reboot, reboot, I guess. I'm wondering if Frank is back, so I can help moderate. Frank, do you need help moderating with the noise factor? Could you please *6 if you're not speaking? Because we're getting some serious feedback, or is it just me? I don't know if it's just my line. I don't think Frank is back yet, though.
Hey, on that note of what you just said about the supplements, I just purchased something. It's called calcium magnesium citrate, and it's a 16-ounce bottle, and it's liquid.
Yeah.
And it's infused with vitamin D3 as well. So
Wonderful.
That's a really good one to check out at a health food store. So, and it tastes really good too. So, try that
really
one, calcium magnesium nitrate.
Excellent suggestion. It's really good for absorption. Liquid calcium is good if you can tolerate the. Sometimes you don't like the flavor, but it's good for absorption.
Lily?
Yeah.
Just real quick, this is Jesse. It looks like Frank got kicked off the call, so that's why he's not on.
Okay.
If you can carry it until he can get back on, I'll shoot him a text and see what's going on.
That's fine. Yeah, certainly will. I just I need to have control over the board to help. Oh, he's back on. Okay. He's back on. Hi, Frank. If you want, I can help with. There was just a lot of noise, so I think what happens is people get booted, they come back on, and they forget to *6.
I have a comment to make about the woman with the head. Oh, I want to let you finish. Please, go ahead.
Yes, it's me. Were you talking about, is it called calcium, magnesium, citrate?
Yes,
that's
she did
right.
say that. Yes.
Okay.
You sound so far away, Ms. Platter. I can't hear you well at all. I apologize for that. I'm trying to figure out if it's my line. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I can't hear it either.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
she's had line problems since we started. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had to reboot. I'm back now, but man, I'll tell you what.
Well, yeah, that's those who are playing with the background here at my phone. That's how heavy it is here, Frank.
Okay, I'm in the dark. I don't know what's wrong with free conference call, but it's not running right.
Frank, that's how heavy the EMPs are at my location.
Catherine, we can't hear you, hon. You need to get in a better position and sum up your thoughts.
Can you hear me now?
How's that, Lily? Can you hear her?
Yeah, a little bit better, I think, if you speak directly into your phone. Mm.
Well, that's how these are at my location. I'm serious.
Yeah, I believe you.
I know microwaves, electromagnetics are going on at my location. It's a very large group, yes. One night I saw them take up a generator to one of the locations, yes. So you were describing calcium, magnesium, citrate, right?
Okay, Catherine, we cannot understand you. All right? Why don't you mute yourself for a while and see if you can get a better connection, because we cannot hear you.
You are correct. That's what I said.
I would ask her to hang up and call back, and maybe her line of and reboot device, whatever she's calling on. And it might clear.
That's a very good idea, Jesse.
Yeah, her heart palpitations might clear up with or heart problems. I mean, I had more than palpitations. This was like, I wore a heart monitor several times over the years, thinking, and the findings were always inconsistent or inconclusive. And I'm telling you, I couldn't believe the difference. And it was such a, potassium is not that expensive, and you can buy big containers of it on, capsules on Amazon. And all of that suffering I did for nothing, because I have not had any of those problems since then. So I'm just so grateful, It's just really valuable information to know that your electrolytes just get walloped. And it's not that this is going to be a fix for you. It's just a suggestion for you to take the responsibility or that approach to electrolytes because you're targeted, or just being informed about it, not even responsibility. I mean, how do you know, right? I wish I had known a long time ago. And I did consult with my doctor, and I'm very careful about dosing and all that, because like anything, you have to do everything in proper amounts in moderation.
Right, Lily, I just wanted to mention to Catherine, if she can hear me, that she should check with her doctor to see if it's possible that she had an esophageal attack. It depends what's in her blood. That's up to her doctor. It's not up to us.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wow, you sound a lot better now. Is that you, Catherine?
Yeah, no, I had to turn off and I had to turn it back on. Yes. I'm saying this is happening heavily at my home, yes.
Well, you sound a lot better now. I can hear you now.
Yeah.
So, that's good.
Okay, so you were talking, there are some supplements that do have calcium, magnesium together, things like that, right?
Right, yes. You can purchase those together, absolutely. I like individually so I can have better control over the milligrams. That's all.
Yeah, right.
Okay, well,
prescribe the dosage, if you would, because that is two very good suggestions that she has given you, but just see your doctor about the dosage.
Yeah, that's easy, definitely. When you see your doctor next, say, hey, you know, I was interested in electrolyte supplement or whatever, however you want to term it. But yeah, so as far as brands go and those and the way you take in those supplements, there's different forms. There's citrate, there's I think glycinate. There's different forms, and you can research those. I forget exactly which ones I take, but you have to just be careful because if you buy a calcium magnesium together, you don't want to do additional magnesium. You see what I'm saying? So you have to just watch milligrams from all sources, including a multiple if you take a multi as well. So, and with some doctor oversight, and you should be fine. And it would be really interesting, Catherine, if I'd love to hear from you if you try it and if your heart strength improves, because it changed my life. I'm not kidding. And
well, my doctor was prescribing a magnesium capsule, but that was hurting me worse, and it was making me have more diarrhea. But wasn't prescribing anything with it.
Yes, that's okay. So then what's going on is you're exactly right. Two things with that is the form of the form of magnesium that he was prescribing is the form that causes bowel problems. There's another form. There's two forms of magnesium, and I'm so sorry I don't have it off the top of my head. I'll check into it, though, before the call's over. There's a form of calcium that's easier on your stomach, and it doesn't allow for as bad a bowel reaction. The other thing is he probably prescribed you the magnesium because of your heart issue, so that's a big flag. That's good. That's a good indicator that he might have been onto something. What's not good is that it probably threw the others out of whack, and you're probably already low on potassium. And he should have explained to you the potassium connection with your heart, and it sounds like he did not do that. So boo on him, but now you know, and I would really look into it even more so then, because calcium is essential for our hearts, obviously, but it's often an overlooked nutrient. So, and I'll look into that form.
But I'm allergic to milk. My doctors have not researched anything, but the reason the magnesium was prescribed is because my doctors kept saying that there were problems with my fingernails. But they were prescribing an enormous amount, but they weren't searching for giving me a gentler amount. No, they weren't interested in doing that.
Catherine, if you would, consult WebMD. They have a lot of good advice on there. It's free, and it's really great. It's a great place to go if you need extra medical advice. But the potassium, that's a great idea. Once a year, if I go in for testing and whatnot, they always hang a bag of potassium up on the rack to drip.
Catherine, I just found the type of magnesium that you want to take that won't upset your stomach is a form called magnesium in a glycinate form, and it's more gentle on your stomach than I think it's the magnesium citrate that ends up hurting people's tummies, and then they don't want to take it.
What's the name of it?
Magnesium in a glycinate form. So it's GLYCINATE, glycinate, instead of the citrates. And I forget the difference between all of them. I'm sure other people know. But this is easier than the citrate. The citrate people tend to not like as much, because unless some people like the effect, it keeps them kind of cleaned out, if you know what I mean. So some people like the citrates. So anyway, that's the brand on Amazon is called Pure Encapsulations. Pardon me, and it's magnesium glycinate. And then I also get that brand of potassium.
Okay.
So.
Great.
Hello, calling from a blocked phone number. Could you explain how the technology takes away the electrolytes? And second, does any of the people have any kind of, it's like lesions on the brain, any kind of indents in their head?
Well, I don't know the exact science. I have read enough about the side effects from the unclassified documents from I think I had a 100-page naval document or something like that, or there's a couple of them. I'm sorry, right off right at the moment, I don't exactly remember which one, that talked about the side effects to these weapon systems, okay? And let me just list some of them. Some of them was the inability to digest carbohydrates. So we produce energy, our bodies naturally, through the mitochondria, right, and through cell respiration, producing, what's it called? What does your mitochondria produce so you can have energy? Something AD or DP, it's not ADT, ABP. ATP, is that it?
ATP.
Thank you. So ATP is produced. Well, these weapon systems affect your cellular respiration. Everything is slowed down. It's almost like I used to complain for years that I would joke to my mom that I was like a camel because I would only have to eat once a day, maybe twice. But it seemed my digestion, everything about my body was slow. I felt like at times I was walking and my muscles did not have good elasticity eventually. Like I was walking in quicksand. Or, my muscle response didn't work right. Or my brain would tell my arm to pick up, like if I was eating, okay, I need to pick up a fork and a knife and just eat my food, and I wasn't able. There would be a delay in the signal from my brain to get to my muscles. So everything about my body seemed slower. Food digestion, energy. I used to work out. I used to feel really good after a workout, or running up and down stairs.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you ever see one of those programs where this big long cane comes out and grabs the performer by the neck and pulls them off? No, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I don't know, because somebody just mentioned the Gong Show in here. Oh, the hooks, that's what it says.
That's mean.
Well, Frank?
Well, she asked a question. I was trying to answer her question.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, I want to say also. I also want to say thank you so much.
Catherine, Allen. I realize you would like to get all your problems out. Go to WebMD. Okay, they are qualified physicians that are giving out information. We are not doctors here. We can give you mediocre advice, okay? And we can give you accurate advice on supplements. But as for being doctors, we aren't. So I suggest that you move on and see if you can find WebMD, or call me during the daytime and I'll spend some time with you. Or call Lily during the daytime and she'll spend some time with you. But right now, it's 10:51. We've spent over an hour on this. actually an hour and 20 minutes. So that's too long. I'm sorry.
Hey, Frank?
Yes, sir.
Jesse Call here.
Hi, Jesse. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing tonight, Frank?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Not too bad at all.
Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I get involved in the conversation when it has to do with the heart. Since my little ER experience not too long ago, I've had some trauma, and I've noticed that. So what I do my heart math, breathing, and I'm a heart math trainer. And as you guys were talking for the last 20 minutes or so, I'm doing my training on my heart math technology that's connected to my computer, and so I can see what my heart is doing. And I can see, so when you're in a coherent, calm, it's called a coherent state, and it's compassionate state, and you're breathing this rhythm that we breathe in heart math, then your sine wave it turns into a sine wave, very curvy and very calm. When you're agitated and you're in anxiety state, your line is jagged. And you can literally see it on the screen. And so mine is normally a nice, I get into calm pretty quickly. And I've noticed that since my trauma that I had, I'm seeing some odd anomalies. So it just happened to be doing that when you guys were speaking. And heart math will help with any heart issue, any anxiety, any trauma, anything like that. So I noticed by the end of my 20-minute session, it had actually gotten rid of the anomalies, and I'd gone back into a normal sine wave pattern. So I always encourage people, you don't necessarily need me for that, but for people that are, especially with heart issues, but any type of anxiety, you could go to the heartmath.org site and watch videos. They can walk you through the quick coherence technique. It's just really a powerful, powerful tool, and it only takes a few minutes to do. So anyway, I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it. Okay, it is open mic. We need some new blood up here to share.
Well, Frank, you know about research that has been done since the late 70s about microwaves, and doctors say that there's not enough research to say that it does any harm. And when I heard the lady earlier, she said something about going up and down stairs. And yes, if all this electromagnetic radiation, if all this with electromagnetic, weapons, and somebody's doing this to us, how do we convince somebody that, yes, the research effects, that all of the evidence, is there someone you can think of that the next time you go to a rally to speak to?
You just spoke with somebody who works avidly with people with heart math, and that's Jesse Call. And he was trying to explain to you that you can go to that site and watch videos that will help you understand it. It's basically getting control of your body. That's to put it into basics. You can actually get to the point where you can slow your own heart down. I don't know. I thought Jesse would pop back up here, but I don't see him. But anyway,
I'm in.
Yeah.
Yes.
You need to go to this site and watch those videos, and you'll learn from that. And then maybe Jesse could give you a call, and you could talk to Jesse.
I'd be happy to. Yeah, it'd be terrific.
Hi, Catherine. I think I have your number still.
Yes. Can you give it to Jesse and have him
yes,
call
I certainly will. I'll do that right now.
Okay.
Hey, Frank. This is Amy. I just wanted to chime in and
Hi,
thank
Amy.
Jesse for his input and Lily's input, which is really helpful for a lot of people that have gone through the things that I have, like what you were saying with wearing the heart monitor and everything, and they couldn't find anything until finally they came down to it was valve issues. So I would like if you could pass my information on to Jesse. I'd like to kind of talk to him briefly because I know if these microwave technologies can take down a pacemaker, then, our bodies are electric. So, that's proof right there that they say not to be, if you have a pacemaker, not to be near any electronic equipment. But, she had a lot of helpful information for someone that just has regular heart issues, which I don't have. Maybe it's the microwave that destroyed the valves. I don't even know. They're trying to say it could have been strep throat, which scarlet fever, when you're younger and it didn't get addressed, that can cause things with the heart. But anyway, I just want to thank you for that.
Yeah, and I'd like to speak to that if that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you say your first name?
Amy from California.
Yeah, so interesting that you mentioned scarlet fever. My grandmother had scarlet fever when she was a kid, and it shortened her life and damaged her heart, and she had a heart murmur. And wow. I have a similar thing going on. I don't know if I probably got it from her through the genes. I don't know. I don't notice it in my everyday living, but I notice it when I'm doing my heart mat training. I'll see a little skip every once in a while. It doesn't really concern me at this point, but what I have noticed is that one of the very, very cool and interesting things about heart math and the heart math training is when you get into these, it's kind of like a walking meditative state where you're literally, like Michael Jordan, you're in the zone. But physiologically, it activates these 40,000 neurons that are still in your heart and all of our hearts as long as we're alive. And these 40,000, they call them neurites. They function very much like the brain neurons. However, these are much more powerful, I guess you could say. And what they do when they're activated, especially when you're in a state of this compassion, it literally begins to heal the body from head to toe, starting in the heart. And every other organ in the body also has these neurites, a smaller number of them. So it's like instant communication and healing. So as I'm seeing my heart math screen, and I'm seeing that I'm in a healing state, I know that I'm literally healing my entire body from head to toe. And for TIs, it's mostly the brain that gets affected, and we're talking about the heart today. But when you're in a coherent state, it's literally repairing brain structure and brain cells and brain chemicals and neurotransmitters and hormones and what's called the HPA axis, the hypothalamus, the pituitary, and the adrenal cortex, along with the pituitary. Let's see, what's it called? We were talking about it the other night. The third eye. What is that called? Anyway.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've heard Carrie Cassidy talk about this, length, and a lot of other people.
The pineal. So
the pineal, yeah.
Hypothalamus. Yeah, so the pineal, the hypothalamus, the pituitary, and the adrenal cortex. There's actually 4 that are involved instead of the traditional 3 that's known in healthcare. And hopefully Matthew's on here and he can back me up on some of this stuff. But yeah, the point is.
Are you studying the brain?
I don't study the brain as much as I do the heart. We call it the little brain. So it's about the heart, yeah, and the healing powers of the heart.
Okay.
So is that able to actually heal damage that's been done to the valves when the heart itself is okay, but the valves are fine? Like what Lily was saying, I was a pro athlete my whole life growing up when I was younger, before I even went into the military. But, I felt totally healthy. I never had any sense or any indication that I had any heart issues. But then when I looked at the medical stats, that it says scarlet fever usually occurs between the age of 5 and 15. So especially I grew up in the Midwest where it's really cold, you're going through strep a lot and you don't even know it. You don't even really think twice about it when you're a kid. You're, constantly getting colds and runny noses and flu and everything that goes around when you're indoors in a colder climate. But you don't realize how those kind of things can affect everything, your thyroid, your every organ of your body. You don't know what you don't know when you're young. I mean, you just kind of take it with a grain of salt and say, oh, it'll go away and, I'll get better and I'll overcome this, and you do. But you don't realize the long-term effects. So you're saying that this can be reversed with heart valve issues?
I absolutely believe that it can, but I also believe in a power greater than myself, number one.
Oh, absolutely.
And number two, if you're looking at, you want to heal things in your body, I would just highly recommend, there's only one guy I'd recommend, and there are others, but Dr. Joe Dispenza, totally trained in heart math, totally trained and watches people heal all kinds of so-called unhealable things every single day. This guy is amazing. You can go right to YouTube and find his videos about healing, and he's got people on there, testimonials that are the people that have been healed through his techniques. And it's basically heart math techniques with certain types of meditation that he teaches. Just powerful stuff. I would love to go through one of his courses one of these days.
I see. He was a chiropractor?
He was a chiropractor that healed himself after he was paraplegic from a car accident.
Wow, a paraplegic? Oh my gosh, that is something else. I went through a chiropractor. I was actually going to, before my third stint in the military, when I got out, and I was in between the reserves at the time of active duty, and I was going to be a missionary. And I went to a really great chiropractor who happened to be, I guess he trained Arnold Schwarzenegger, had him on all these different nutrients, which, like what Lily was talking about, all these things that I'd never heard of. So I said, just have me on, all these things. I just want to get my immunity up as high as it can because I don't know what I'm going to be facing in Zimbabwe. So I just want to maximize everything I can. And he was so helpful and all that. I mean, we really underestimate what chiropractors know and what they can do. They really have a whole lot of information on the nutrient level, not just with acupuncture and chiropractic, but, a whole slew of information that is really invaluable. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome, and I absolutely agree. My chiropractor has done wonders for me, so I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I have to find another one. I was going to an acupuncturist for some other minor things with sinusitis and things like that happen every so often. But I don't know if this other person I talked to that seemed to know a lot about nutrition and acupuncture said that, she thought that I would be helped with my heart valves with acupuncture, but I don't know if that can really, be a one size fits all. But what you teach and what you know about the heart math really makes a lot of sense, because we are all connected. Everything is connected. Your heart and your brain are kind of the central to every organ, but it starts with your thinking, and you got to put yourself in a kind of a state that's opposite of everything that we face in the world every day, and try to overcome all the negativity, and to kind of put yourself in a box and just kind of isolate yourself from that to heal yourself.
Yes. And when what I didn't mention about the state of coherence is, when you're in a state of coherence, the heart is sending far more information to the brain than the brain is sending back to the heart. In other words, the heart is literally from a state of compassion, and sometimes courage, other emotions it can be as well, but the power of the compassion emotion, when that's sent to the brain, it informs the brain in how to think and what to think and how to operate, instead of the other way around.
Yeah, I think it's probably, to go even deeper, it's a soul, your spirit kind of has its own consciousness kind of way of thinking, that your heart and your soul kind of are intertwined with kind of their own consciousness, and what you think and what you say and what you believe, and you can overcome those beliefs that that were wrong, that you were taught at an early age, or throughout your life, or how you were treated. You can overcome those things, but it does take a lot of work, and I'm still in progress, still in process, I should say, like every one of us. And I think I would love that when we do these calls, that we could do some kind of healing, with our thought process, and teach each other how to pray, or meditate, or whatever, and share that aspect along with the nutritional, because it's all interconnected, and we have more power over all of these things than we think we do. It's just that we're taught that doctors know everything, and that operation is going to fix it all, which that's a risk in itself. You don't know if you're going to survive it. So I've been putting mine off for the last 4 or 5 years, because I've been looking for alternatives. And like you said, that gives hope to what you're saying, and also what Lily was saying, and everybody. And we can do this. We just have to kind of force ourselves to change our thinking, and it takes work every day. It just takes work. You just have to be an overcomer.
Yeah. And by the way, we are working on putting together a call just like you said. Healing, nutrition, and tools, and meditation, and all that kind of stuff. And nothing else. No stories, none of that. Just a healing call.
Yeah, that would be so awesome. I think that's where we're at too. I mean, in this time that we're in, with everything shifting, you can take a view of one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, or on this issue or that issue. But when it boils down to it, we are spirit beings, and we have to remember that we were created for a purpose, and we don't have to choose all this negativity, even though it's happening to us, the weapons, the, psychological psyops or whatever. We don't have to accept that in our spirit.
That's right. We did, there's not 8 billion people come to this planet during this time just to be overcome by evil. which we're the front lines of. So yeah, I think a healing call is really a good thing.
Yeah, that would be really awesome. Because I was the same like a lot of other people on these calls. It's spin my wheels and go in circles and talk about the same thing, and I was getting more mad at myself and mad at the situation, and that wasn't changing anything. So I'm like, okay, I have to go within and figure out, how can I help others, kind of be a light to others, but more so I have to work more on myself. And, I do my best not to be judgmental of others. Even on the prayer calls that I just joined, these prayer calls on this other network of other military people, but, I can't even get to their level to make them understand what I've gone through, because I've tried to go down that road a little bit to open the door of targeted individuals, and they don't want to hear it. Especially, I hate to say it, Marines who are, I've deployed with them too, and they're good people, but they're just kind of in their own element, and they don't want to hear anything that they may think that they're not experiencing, or their loved ones might not be experiencing, like what we're all going through. But we don't have to. I don't even like to use the word TI. I would say more like experiencer. Good and bad. We're going through this dark world, and we have to experience dark things, but there's good things too. And we just have to look a little harder to find them, because there's so much darkness around. But that doesn't mean that we have to accept every dark thing that we experience or that we see. It doesn't mean it's not happening, and I've tried that route too, to try to just be in denial and just kind of be quiet and just not do anything, not say anything, just, listen on the calls and just not give my opinion, because I hear a lot of good information on the calls, and also my heart bleeds for a lot of people too, because, when I hear people hurting, I'm, compassionate too, like you, and, it affects me too, because I'm thinking, there's so much cruelty out there, but, at the end of the day, we have to know that we're all going to be judged. So those that, knowingly do dark things, whether they believe in a higher source or they don't, we're all going to be judged. I don't, try to point the finger and say, I hope that, God judges them harshly. That's not on me. That's not, we all come to this planet, this earth, for an experience, whatever the journey is. And, even though, I have mixed views about maybe there's a reincarnation that happens to us and maybe it doesn't, but I'm thinking we're put here to be allowed to experience things, and I think the hurt that we go through, or the pain we go through, the suffering we go through, is to open our heart for compassion. And yes, it does hurt, but it also brings us together, of like-minded people, so, that we can share ideas like this on this platform that Frank is, so graciously given us. So that's all I had to say.
Sure. Yeah, I try to say thank you to Frank every time I get to talk to him on these platforms. So,
well, Jesse, I consider you a very staunch supporter of Targeted Massachusetts and the Allen Institute, and well, there you have it.
Yeah, I look forward to bringing something together. That if anybody has ideas how we can, put together some healing calls, and I don't know how anybody feels about prayer, and it doesn't have to be solely biblical. It can just be this is my thoughts for you, and this is my comments and my wishes for you. It can just be that simple. It doesn't have to be a biblical verse.
Oh, absolutely.
If others are opposed to it,
So I have my.
We're not.
I have my my Bible open every day on my coffee table. So when I get up, I come out. It's the first thing I do is I read that Psalm 91. And
yeah, that's a favorite. That really gives a lot of hope.
Yeah, and then I get a few curse words out. I'll be honest with you. Because whatever's going on that night, bad dreams, whatever. And then I say,
yeah, there's that.
Thank you for my life, and I try to do that at least once a day.
Well, I'm not always as gracious as you saying thank you for my life. It's more, thank you for letting me endure this issue or this day or this moment or this problem. That's more my thing because, my mom would always say, I can take you. Yeah, I brought you into this world. I can take you out too. And I'm like, that was so wrong. That was so wrong. How dare you say? I'm sure other people had that experience too. With growing up, in that kind of mentality, and it just was a different time. I know, but I'm glad that in some senses that we're in the time that we're in because, even though technology isn't all great, it's not all bad either. So we can, look up things and be open-minded to what information we find because it's, we have to be careful of the source, of course, because you don't always know.
Yeah.
But,
cool.
yeah, I got to remember to dust off my Bible because I just go to my phone for looking up verses instead, but that has some really important, powerful stuff in it, too.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other books, too, that back up a lot of, those verses, put into simpler terms that, maybe others aren't as open-minded about the Bible, but they're spiritual, in nature. Because really, we don't know, in the end, how our perceptions were on this earth, how we were able to, swallow the information that we did. And how we prayed because, praying is praying. And, I believe that we can start sending out positive energy and that, even for us that aren't knowing how to heal ourselves, we could help, by our prayers, healing for others on the call.
Yeah.
Hello, it sounds like Frank's on the phone. Somebody.
Yeah, I heard somebody in the background. I don't know if they were trying to talk.
I think he's talking to somebody on the phone that's in the state.
Oh.
Something's going on. So, Richard, you on the call? North Carolina, Richard?
Okay. What's his name? David? Oh, okay.
He lives in Pennsylvania.
All right. All right.
He's got nothing to do but to talk, and I just don't have time. We never know when our time is up, and I'll tell you, with my legs.
It sounds like Luda.
Okay, yeah. Well, he's.
You understand?
Yep, I understand. Oh, yeah. He's a burned out hippie, and he's just needs somebody to talk to, I guess. And but you shouldn't be wasting your time.
No. I had something in common with him and had the time. I'd love
Somebody let Frank know that he can be heard, please.
No, I think that's a side conversation.
I realize.
Maybe we could look up some.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else wants to talk.
I will text Frank right now. Thanks, Richard.
Thanks, Lily. Richard, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't have any. My patience is wearing thin tonight because I've had one guy with his invention that he wants to.
Oh, Jesse, I see that
but he's done
there's a meditation by. Oh no, it's a different Joe Dispenza.
Uh-huh. Joe Dispenza.
He's not an artist, too. Does he have? Is he a singer or?
Not that I know.
Maybe it's a different Joe Dispenza because it says meditation song by Joe Dispenza.
He's probably got music on there. He may have composed some music for the meditation.
I know. One time we were talking about different hertz, because since Frank, that's his forte, and there's healing hertz. Like I think it's 528 is like the healing hertz. And I've listened to some of those the music on YouTube that has a certain amount of hertz. Like, for example, like angel singing is a certain amount of vibration and sound and hertz that kind of brings you up.
Yeah, that's the love healing frequency, 528.
That's it. Yeah. Because I know that's something that some people can relate with, when it comes to music and sound. I know it affects my spirit, and, sometimes it's words and sometimes it's a sound. I mean, it could just be music without words.
Yeah, and I often, when I'm doing my heart math training, I'll put on 528, or actually I haven't done 528 in quite a while, but some kind of soothing music that really lifts my heart. And you can see it, like listening to music and doing my breathing and getting into that state. You can literally see a difference in my readings when I play music that opens my heart. You can literally see it on the screen. It's really
wow.
Cool. Yeah, that's what science is for.
Like how does the reading happen? Is it like an EKG?
It's more sophisticated than the EKG, but it's just a sensor that you wear on your finger, but it reads all kinds of different things. But it's electrical impulses, and it's the algorithms that they've written to decode what's coming off of your fingers, even more sophisticated than an EKG. So
I've seen one that they sell on TV, where you can buy online, that you touch your fingers and you can check your heart rhythm any time of the day.
Yeah.
It's like that, but it's way more sophisticated than that.
It's literally you can get one for your phone, but I've got the M-Wave Pro, which is the highest level one. And anyway, what you can see is you can see your heart rate, and you can see your HRV, which is heart rate variability. And basically what they're measuring in this version of the measurement of heart rate variability is the space between the heartbeats. So the more space between the heartbeats, the more variation of space between the heartbeats. Hopefully this makes sense. I'll give you an example in a second. The more health your body is reflecting, the longer life you're like. It's one of the biggest indicators of long life is a high HRV. So for example, when you have a heart rate when you're doing these exercises, and let's say it goes from 60 up to 80, that's like a 20 beat or 20 point difference. So most people think that, if you've got a heart rate of 60 and it's a steady 60, that's good. But there's no variation in that. What you want is the ability to have a heart rate that goes up and down in a nice wavy curve on the screen, of course. But the reason you want to have that is because that is a direct reflection of resilience. And
so are you saying, like, if it was an EKG that you were looking at, there would be spikes rather than just smaller spikes?
You wouldn't see this in an EKG. An EKG just measures pretty much whether or not, how strong your heart rate is or your heartbeat is, and if your heart is skipping beats, and then what part of the heart is responsible for that, and so on and so forth. What this does is it looks at, it will show you if you're skipping beats, right? It won't tell you. You can send your readings into the institute, and they can look at it and tell you if it's an aorta, if it's a blocked artery in your heart, and then they'll tell you go see your doctor and get a diagnosis, a cardiologist. So
yeah, I went to the echo lab and several times, and I keep getting the same answer. But I don't want to make this about me, but I'm just saying for anybody that may think they may have just a heart issue, it may not even be a heart issue. I mean, there's several different things. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but it could be, a weapon, but it also could be, like with me, it could be, a valve issue. And, I don't know how much they can do with electronic weapons, to your valves, if that could have been damaged or if it could have been by birth defect or, something else. I can't even figure out how, because if you've exercised your whole life and you ate well, you don't do drugs, you don't drink, all that, you don't smoke, you rule all those things out. But then you look at your life, you had a stressful job, stressful career, that might have, been a big component.
Yeah, it's hard to know, and it could also be targeting, like the the microwave electronic weapons and stuff like that. So
yeah.
Never know.
Jesse. But yeah, especially how we all at this age that most of us are in, we have to really pay attention if there's anything that feels like a heart issue, and not always take what the first advice that the doctor says, because it may be something totally unrelated. Not to say doctors aren't good, but they call it practice for a reason, because they're always learning.
Yeah.
And we're learning too.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Luda.
Yeah.
Jesse.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey. Well, how many people do you think go on the show and they already know that they're targeted, but somebody targeted them and they already know that you are a disabled person? How many people do you suspect already are targeting people because they're disabled?
I have no idea, and I don't have.
Okay. They target on Social Security, and that's one of the things they look for. But it's not the money factor. It is the fact that you are home with nothing to do. If you are busy, you are less attractive to them to target. Plus, they get to know your home surroundings, number one. Number two, they start getting really comfortable there, so that when you go somewhere else, it's a shock wave to them.
Well, that's for sure, Frank. I've noticed that, and once or twice, with their technology, I like this place. I don't think I want to leave, Yeah.
We'll get rid of them. Don't let them get rid of you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, for a lot of people that are on the disability, it actually, in a sense, is about the money, because some of them are tied into very good insurance, very good benefits, and a lot of fraud is being committed pertaining to collecting money for these people under the cloaking that they are acquired as patients. I know many TI that are disabled. I'd say 90% are connected disably to some organization, a hospital or another. But many veterans, especially veterans, are targeted because of their benefits. If they didn't, in other words, if they didn't have any benefits, they probably wouldn't be targeted at all. They forced me on disability in perfect health, working, able to take care of myself, put me on disability, and next thing I knew, my world was turned upside down. So it is a part of it. And I'll also add that we all talk about plausible deniability. I would like to warn that the more things that we say that are not true or we can't prove, we theorize or opinionate or come to some sort of conclusion about, we're giving the people that are doing this all the plausible deniability they need every time we speak of something that is not, in fact, accurate. So they're getting the plausible deniability from people. This has come out recently. Some of the people that were being forced back and forth into a mental ward or involuntary committed or Baker acted, each and every one had made certain comments. Certain things were said pertaining to all of this, and they have their protocols. The people that force you into these places, if certain thing is said, then, well, there you go. But we have to be careful of what we say and to who we say it to. Also, the thing that's being talked about, the heart, that mapping of the heart has been going on for quite a while, and they're coming up with new ways to come up with some type of machine that works like a monitor that only monitors frequencies throughout the whole body. If they can come up with the right waves, the right amount of hertz, which is only vibration, they can feed and read through that type of machine without all the modern stuff they have now, and get a more accurate point of what's going on with the body and where, and maybe even how to control it, good or bad. As we all know, all things are meant to, when it first comes out, good, but it always seems that not so good. And they've been working on that for a long time. I would also like to say that we have things we use for healing or nutrition or shielding, and that's very, very important. We need to work harder on what we're shielding from, what we're using the nutrition to do, and so on. Some better answers. And if any of you guys has got a radio, AM, FM, transistor, one with a little pop-up antenna or whatever you can find, you might want to take it, just stick it into your setting area, turn it on, and let it roll for several days in a row, because in the radio news, they have channels that are news all day long, nothing but news, and you can just let it run. They're telling the story. They're not calling the people TIs, of course, but they're telling the story that is of what is happening to us through this COVID. It's been said many times, COVID is connected to us. Well, now the proof is out that it is, and they're talking about it on the radio. Scientists, doctors, nurses, health technicians are coming forward all over the nation because they know something's wrong, and they're telling their story. Some have gone to the DOJ, some has gone to the Inspector General's office. They're filing papers against the wrong that is been done to people. So get your little radio out. You want to hear some truth, turn it on, just have a listen.
Okay, there's one thing that you can file against today, and that is the government's failure to protect its citizens.
That's right.
That is a fact. You can file against that right now, and because it's true. They are not protecting their citizens.
Don't we pay our taxes, damn it?
Yes, we do.
Well, we're getting ready. Sorry.
They don't house domestic terrorism. So we need to find somebody, you know, I don't know, Dolph Lundgren, to get rid of them.
Well, I don't care what you do from this point on. This is not going to stay covered up. This is going to come out, and my observation is already out. We're the ones that need to be connecting the dots. They're not going to do it for us, but they're not going to be able to keep the truth in. The truth is coming out, and it's not going to be much longer. There is still a happening that is supposed to be taking place at the end of March, somewhere around the 19th to the end of March, pertaining to the government and some things that Trump did before he got out of office. He's already pardoned many. They're calling it the flurry of pardons that he's done for many people, but we should all be asking for pardons for Assange and Snowden and, well, some other people, because when this does come out, it's not going to be pretty, and we don't want to get left behind.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. I hope it does, you know. I really hope so.
Frank, Jesse. Hey. Sorry. While I was on the phone listening to the other gentleman, and he was talking about radios, and then about, I just heard on my phone, and my phone doesn't do this.
Yeah.
But I heard a message on my phone. It said, in a woman's voice, goodbye. So I didn't turn off my phone, but I had to turn back on my phone so I could catch up on you guys just a moment ago. That's how I'm using my phone, and I'm last bar.
You just got kicked off, Catherine.
You there?
It happens to me. It happens to Richard. It happens to Alan. It happens to everybody. It happens to everybody once in a while.
Well, see, those doing this to me don't want me on their... When I was with, they broke my computer. Serious. They don't seem to want me in contact with anybody.
They don't. So you keep trying. You keep going. Yeah, they don't want you talking to nobody. They don't want nobody talking to you. They don't want you figuring anything out. They don't want you having a nice day. They want you to be eat up because your phone doesn't work. So join the crowd, and we do the best we can.
Okay, we are got a dead-ended call right now, so we need to pick up some steam and get some new topics here and get rolling again because it's only 11:40. So.
Hi, Frank. It's Ann.
Hi, Ann. How you doing?
Oh, I'm having a lousy few days. They're getting me hot and heavy after giving me like some time off. I mean, I got some happy time off, and the perps were loving me. Anyway, I just wanted to announce that it's been 14 years. Tuesday was 14 years that I came out of my apartment and found Paul O'Brien of DICORP sitting outside my door. And that's when we met. January 19th, 2007. That was the first day of the end of my life. So I just wanted to announce that. 14 years. believe this?
Yeah, it was 9 for me, October the 15th, this last October.
Yeah. It's like it kind of means more than your birthday, more than Christmas. It's amazing.
Yeah,
you
got to keep track of those days.
The funny thing is, I didn't have a calendar. I've been since all of January. I finally went out and got a calendar today. So I wanted to, I haven't been taking notes this month of the targeting. But like I said, it was unbelievable. I was getting 2-3 days off in a row. I mean, consecutive days, pleasant. So I laughed. I did something really silly. And I came home, and I wanted so badly not to have made that mistake that I made. So I got online, and I was looking it up. I was looking something up. I bought something, and I thought its use was totally useless, and I thought it was for something else. And I bought a whole bunch of them thinking I was going to give them out as gifts. Anyway, I started to laugh at myself. I mean, belly laugh, crying, tears were rolling down my face. The last time I laughed like that was 2015. So, like I said, I had 3 good days, and then they started, wow, double whammy.
I'll be right back in. I'm going to grab some more coffee.
Okay.
We've got a ways to go yet.
So here we go. DICORP was now bought since that time. They've had 3 owners already. They were just sold last October to a new owner. I'm sure they want to keep their reputation nice and clean, but it has been tarnished big time in my book. And as long as I'm still alive, they're still tarnished. This isn't little petty stuff, people. We're not on these calls every night because this is little petty stuff. It's not. It's big. It's billions of dollars worth. It's not about getting your little checks, your little Social Security checks. They're not interested in that. It's big money research. You need war weapons. Don't lose sight of it.
Listen, pigeon brain.
Oh.
Frank, I have a question.
Sure.
Hi, this is Jane. I am wondering about something called night terrors, because I have a nephew who has night terrors. He has horrible dreams all the time. He has no peace in his brain when he's trying to sleep. And I don't know what's going on. Is this something that people can experience as targeting?
Does he wake up?
Something?
Oh, go ahead, Ann. Go ahead.
Night terrors really is, it's not necessarily targeting. You can have night terrors. My father had night terrors. So, and he wasn't targeted, so. They do like you in that state. They're able to penetrate your mind, your thought process, just like they have learning now. They have these tapes, and you can listen to them while you're sleeping, and they're supposed to enhance your learning powers. Well, they're doing that with us. we're sleeping. We're not aware of it. And they can manipulate. You hear people talk about how they manipulate your dreams. But night terrors are a symptom. It's something within itself, you know. I don't know. It's hard to say whether it's targeting or not.
Well, if the child is having night terrors and it has been through a regimen of sleep depravity, which is one of the first things most TIs go through, then it is possible he could be a target if he's suffered a lot of lost sleep or lack of sleep. That might be the case.
Well, he's 28, but he's had it all his life. So,
okay,
some people say they've been targeted all their life.
Who is he to you, Jane?
I'm sorry?
He's your nephew?
Yes, it's my nephew. He's an adult, but yeah.
What kind of upbringing did he have? Was it a divided marriage, or?
Yes, when he was about 5, his parents divorced.
Okay, that's the origin, probably.
Okay.
His mom
and his father passed away. So.
Yeah, that's probably the origin. He needs to see a specialist, I would say, and talk it out. Okay. Either that or somebody who can be a father figure and talk it out with him face to face, and he can get all of these things out, and somebody can tell him that it's not his fault.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there are many people that have come from broken homes, and I myself did not, but there are many people who have, and it has a severe effect on them. I've seen it, and it's a very traumatic experience. It's like a death in the family. Because to the child, because this child has had his mom, his dad, his sister maybe, or a couple of brothers, and then all of a sudden everything just splits up for no real explanation. And so they wonder, what did I do? They blame it on themselves. They think it's their fault. So they're thinking to themselves, what did I do? So they start creating things, they start dreaming, and hence night terrors.
Well, there must have been something he experienced back, maybe around the time it first started. You might be able to go back and look around, and might not be a big thing to you, but could be very something big to him. So whenever he
like the divorce.
Dreams, yeah.
Divorce is a big thing.
Well, you would think it wouldn't do that, but to him it may. It may have been the very dramatic thing that, made him think of some other things. And being alone, being by himself, or as you said, guilt from being the cause of the divorce. He may have heard something or thought something.
The psychology of it is this. There are two different types of moms. Some mothers change, after they have children, and they tend to coddle the children and take the children with them and leave the husband out, and there comes a problem there. So then there are the others that just want to share everything. And the guys are the same way, and they don't share anything. So it's all about sharing. When couples realize they have to share everything and, they're getting along, well, that's the way it's got to be. That's my opinion. And that's all it is.
Well, getting them to talk about it more and more to whomever, as you said, a specialist, would put him on the right track. And maybe he can get out of it. Seemed like if he was that old, it would be something he had grown out of by now, but must have been pretty strong, whatever it was.
Well, that's amazing because, good luck with that. I mean, psychiatrists don't know what they're talking about when it comes to us, so why should they be able to diagnose?
Well, you're absolutely right. That's a very good point. That's why I say talk to him yourself. Just get him to talk about it, getting it out, speaking about it, talking about it. Maybe he don't even remember exactly what it was, the exact words, the exact happening. Maybe something he only touches on in his dreams, and that might be what's setting him off. But we still have to try.
It could have been traumatic, him coming down the birth canal.
Well, they could have stumped his toe on the way out, but I mean, if it's been all of his life, who knows? It could have been something that happened to Mama when she was carrying the baby. We have a connection with the babies. Babies have connections with us before they're even born. So could have been before birth.
Well, I really appreciate everybody's feedback. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah. It goes back to plausible deniability. I mean, just like everything we go through, everything. So hard to prove.
Yeah, I think it would be advisable if you saw somebody on sleep disorders and see if it surfaces there.
Does he have pets?
Does he have kids?
Pets.
Oh,
a dog,
yes.
A cat. He does. Okay.
Yes, he has a very close connection with a dog, a family dog. So that helps him a lot.
Well, the dog knows. The dogs can read the child. 22 years old ain't a child anymore, but some of these dogs are trained to be able to pick up on these things and know it even before it happens to the child. If you watch the dog closely enough, you might actually be able to wake him from his sleep before he goes through it. And I would suggest responsibilities and things to do all day and maybe a second pet. They coincide. They know their owners very well. And if you can get one of the trained dogs,
can you ask him, does the dog ever react like something else is in the room to a different?
That's a really good question. I will ask him.
What's his first name? We'll say a prayer.
His name is Clayton.
Clayton.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I've seen online that there are crystals that you can buy to kind of deter these night terrors. I haven't purchased any for him, but there's probably a number of things that I can try to do to help, but it seems like a pretty deeply rooted problem. So I really appreciate everyone's feedback. Thank you.
I need everybody fucking that. Have a nice life. Where's my fucking buddy?
Well, here's a good question. Maybe Joe Biden might be able to address these issues about TIs, possibly.
Yeah, that is a good question, Dave. What do you think?
I would hope so. I would hope so. If we had another rally in Washington or wherever, maybe he would address it. You know.
Oh my gosh.
Hi. Can you ask your nephew if his dog ever reacts to, like, there is another sound in the room, and it might be from this that's going on?
That's what I was suspicious of. So I am going to ask him if the dog reacts to anything strange in the room. I'll let you guys know. Thanks.
Because animals can pick up all these sounds a lot more easier than people are supposed to. But my dog hears this. My dog has been feeling this just like I have. And her hair is knotting up. And when I'm hearing these noises at night and my dog jumps from her bed, goes, runs to the other side of the house so fast she hits the door. And she refuses to come in. She's hearing this. She's feeling all this. So it might be something like that. So, and some night terrors can be charged from if you're hearing sound while you're asleep at night. And maybe the dog is a lot more sensitive to it.
Anyway, so isn't there another TI day coming up on March sometime?
So the new administration picked an executive from Monsanto to head the Department of Agriculture. There's a bit of news. Monsanto.
Is this from Massachusetts?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
So what I'm saying is that maybe now that there's a new president in office, maybe with some demonstration, he might have a word to say about it. That's all. It'll be interesting. I mean, if he recognizes it, obviously got to recognize it because of what happened with the diplomats in Cuba and China, and even the guy in Cuba, I think. Well, I think it was Cuba, a diplomat that actually was interviewed by Today program. He described what happened to him, and then that's what most TIs are describing what happened to them also, in addition to, I'm just thinking maybe here's a new president that might take this, crimes that he might be able to address to, is what I'm saying.
Well, most of us, our targeting started during the Obama period, so I don't know. It's like he approved all this crap. Did you hear what I said before, or was I muted, about Monsanto?
Yes, we heard you.
I don't know. You did hear me? Okay, because I put my phone on mute now. So we could be hopeful.
I'm sorry, do you mind saying it again? Tell us where this person was appointed, or what was the office?
The executive from Monsanto, with the GMOs and evil. Yeah. He was appointed to the head of agriculture.
Oh, good. Thank you.
His name is Tom Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture. He has a nice face.
I know. Thank you. Yeah, one other thing I would say, and this is important, I would think. I support Julian Assange, yes, but I wouldn't get very heavy on asking that he be sent here or released so he could be sent here, because who he offended was the Obama administration. And I think he would be sent here in great jeopardy.
Well, he should be able to live right here, free of any problems, because the Constitution allows for freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and the man was only doing his job. So it doesn't matter if they pardon him where he's at. He may be, in fact, like Matt Damon, the actor that actually starred in the movie Manchurian Candidate. He left the country with his family and swore he would never return to this country because of the things he knew about what was real and true happening to people. So we've got to make our mind up sooner or later. Are we going to shut up and be quiet, or are we going to speak out? And
you know who I remember?
We might find ourselves in a little room somewhere too.
I go back a long way. I remember Frank Sinatra was starting the Manchurian Candidate first. Look, this is way back.
No, but what I'm talking about is the diplomat that was attacked with these weapons actually was on, I believe it was called the Today Show, a news show. And it's actually, you can look it up on YouTube. And he was describing how he was attacked by these weapons. So I'm just saying. So he was an ex-CIA operative, I believe, and agent or whatever. And he's describing that he was hit with these weapons. So the point being that they do exist. They did it to him, and there's obviously thousands and tens of thousands of Americans complaining of the same thing. Maybe again we got to try again to have a rally and say, yes, this is what's happening amongst tens of thousands of Americans. But and the support is, he was someone that was attacked, one of the diplomats attacked, and he was on the Today Show describing about it.
That's a good point. It's a good time to write each and every congressman and senator and see what happens. That's all we can do. I believe in the Constitution. I just hope it gets upheld.
Well,
okay.
If we don't take advantage of his testimony that's on air from the Today Show, I might be lost. This administration now, might take it in consideration, along with a bunch of rallies and, like you say, writing in Congress and all that. Before his testimony is lost and buried, this is probably a good year to try to emphasize and capitalize what he was complaining about, is what I'm saying. Other than that, if it doesn't happen in these next 4 years, it might all be lost.
Mm-hmm. When was he on the Today Show?
I forget exactly when, to tell you the truth. I think it was like October of 20, I believe. October,
not too long ago.
Or something like that. I can't remember exact. It might have been 19. One or two. But the point is that, right, is that it's still prevalent in the news and on YouTube, and before his testimony is lost.
It would be helpful if you could get his name. If you could get his name and get back with us and let us know exactly, a few things that he said, it would make our letters a lot more effective if we did decide to write, whoever decided to, just put a few facts in there that are relate.
Yeah, his name was Mike. It had a real long name. I can't even begin to pronounce his last name. Mike Papalopoulos or something like that. Yeah. Okay. But I can research it back and I can get it to you. And he did an interview with a Today Show. I believe it was last year. So, but yeah, I can get it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was put in the chat a little earlier, I think. The Today Show interview with the CIA person.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he was a diplomat. I believe he was the one that was hit in Cuba. Yeah, in Cuba, with all these weapons.
I think he was commenting on the Cuban crisis, and he was actually in Australia, I believe. I haven't even had a chance to look at the new article yet, but I did see a YouTube probably about a month ago detailing the same gentleman.
Well, that's what I get, YouTube. So, how would I look that up? Do you have any idea?
It's in my history somewhere. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Oh, that's okay. I can get it later.
I just found it. It was dated December 7th, 2020. The officer name is P-O-L-Y-M-E. Let's see. M-E-R-O-P-O-U-L-O-S.
Polymeropoulos is his name.
Yeah, NBC News. CIA officer suffered crippling symptoms in Moscow. Was it Havana syndrome?
Good.
So, Anne still on the phone?
Officially, there's no one who wants to write about this. Officially, there's no doctors to help. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did he get help?
I think he's a CIA guy, so he's getting help through CIA medical department.
That's correct. Here's the video, I believe, of this gentleman. It's in the chat now.
And again, turn your radios on, listen to the news. Doctors are coming forward, scientists are coming forward, medical personnel, nurses, as well as a lot of research places and labs are coming forward. And they're doing it pertaining to this COVID and the vaccine, which is, in fact, connected to TIs. And that will come out too.
Yeah, my fear with that is under this administration, because Biden's been a career politician for, 50-some years, that all the scientific community that he hired, they're going to keep this on the down low. They're going to start shutting people up. I don't know.
Well, they're going to try. Yeah, they're going to try. But you see, it's always when you put the two sides together, there becomes a battle. And we've been determined. True. We've been determined for a lot of years. We've not quit. We've not give up. We've lost a few, but we're still here. We're still fighting, and so will the other side of the people in this country that are becoming aware of what's really going on here. And once they do, they're not going to be quitters either. So we've been in the battle longer, and it's the same battle. They just have to get to where they're acknowledging us besides something of a conspiracy theory, because it's not. We know it's real. They're learning that it's real, and it's going to change. So
it's a conspiracy, but it's not a theory.
Well, it's not a theory. Yeah, well, it's not a theory. We can verify it's not a theory, and they're coming around. They're coming around to it because they're not TIs, so they can get all the work done. And The question was asked, how did he get medical help? Well, he wasn't a TI. He just got hit with some weapons because of being a diplomat. But
and that became the target.
It's coming out. Just hang in there.
But here's the thing about being targeted with weapons. We don't know if it's China. We don't know if it's Russia. We don't know if it's our country. We don't know if it's Iran. So because there's so many players on the field, and it's coming from satellites as well as, handheld or other devices, like the ADS, active denial system that they have in place at Quantico.
Well, you got to know this, and this is what I tell everybody that I try to acquire for help. Either you're helping or you're against it. So if you're not helping, as Frank said earlier, the government not looking out for its citizens, if you're not helping it, then you must be on the other side. And I'm not saying that all of them, and that's the problem. It's not a white, black, Japanese, Chinese. It's a good and evil thing, and some are on the take, and some are on the fight to keep their lives and to keep their country and their families, and that's us. And it's spreading, more and more being added to this thing every day. So you stay on the fight. And as somebody said earlier, you keep your mind open, you keep your heart open, you keep your hands busy, you do the best you can to hang in there. And because everybody on this call is a Intel TI. They're a part of this intelligence committee group, as it were. Everybody has a little piece. Everybody has
piece of the puzzle.
That's right. Has a thought or a feeling or an idea, and as a group, we're strong. Individuals, they keep us by ourselves for a reason. They want to keep us isolated and alone, but we're not. And it's going to open up, bust open so fast, so wide. When you look back, you're going to be like unable to see where you just came from. It's going to just bust open and disappear and turn into something brand new. So be ready for that. And
well, I think there's got to be connection from what Ann was saying earlier. The Obama administration, Obamacare was started in 2010. I think there's a direct connection. That's one of the connections. I'm not saying all the connections, because, everybody becomes an experiment. So that was their legitimacy to put all this money into the budget to randomly and, selectively pick who and how they, experiment.
Well, if you look a little deeper, back to 1776, when the papers for our Declaration of Independence was signed, someone right then in the shadows was whispering in somebody's ear saying, we got to stop this. We got to rearrange this. We want this back. And right then in that very minute, they started in every way they could, baby step at a time. The biggest one was in 1978 when they put in place a FISA court, the secret court. Where in the world do you have, a need for a secret court? Maybe Germany, maybe Red China, but not in America. And then turned right around and put in Amendment 702, which gave the government way more rights than they ever should have had. And the Patriot Act came into place when the planes hit the towers.
Yeah, I know.
That kind of put us all.
It's
and
more
they
like the Unpatriot Act. That's what I call it.
Unpatriot, yeah. Well, I hear Donald Trump's working on maybe doing a third party called the Patriots. I wish him luck with that. But anyway, it's a lot of different things from a lot of different places and a lot of different times. And the only thing we can really do is put our heads together, our hearts together, and
work together and be
work
helpful.
together best we can.
And come up with many solutions.
President Biden says he's going to be transparent about everything. He uses the word transparency. Doesn't that mean we get to find out about who's been messing around with us?
Well, we'll see. I do know one label that coincides with another, and that is an attorney and a politician, and they have one very common thing in common.
But the majority of them are politicians. They go to law school. That's how they become politicians.
Well, one of their favorite things is to lie. They do it all the time. Cop pulls up in your driveway. I ain't saying they're not going to be. I'm going to say that I'm not going to believe it until I see it.
Yeah. Transparency. That ought to mean something pretty specific here. That means the people who know about targeting individuals, they ought to own up to it in public.
Well, the Mueller's report was unclassified. It was meant to be exposed. When it made its way through the doors of our government, it ended up in William Barr's office, the Attorney General's office, and he was claiming to gonna, submit it to Congress in its unclassified state. Just open it up and let it roll. But he didn't. He rewrote it, hid a bunch of it, and Congress and him went around for days and days. You can look that up with questions after questions of why he had done that, and he redacted every bit of it. He kept it from and claimed, well, it's a matter of national security.
Can they say that about TIs? Isn't it a crime to keep something classified when it's used to commit a crime?
Not if it's considered to be national security. So the next question would be, what could be going on that would be considered act of national security? What could it possibly be?
Even if you're covering up a crime that's an act, even if it is an act in the interest of national security, if you're keeping something classified in order to cover up a crime or fraud, waste, and abuse, that's a crime in itself.
Well, first thing you got to do, Alan, is you got to prove it's a crime. Then you got to prove that it happened. Then you got to find proof and show proof of the crime occurring at all. And if all of that is covered up, you're not going to get it. They're not going to let it go. So good luck.
Yeah. If it's all covered up, it's not going to do much good.
Yeah, I'm not going to steal your donuts and then turn around and bring you the empty box. Ain't going to happen.
Seems like somebody in the government with good hearts got to know about this stuff.
They do. That's what I was just saying a while ago. There are people coming together. They've been on the radio. Go to the radio. Turn it on. It's just find you an all-day news channel. They're telling the truth. They're telling about the vaccine, what's in it, what it's for, what they expect, what it's going to do. They're telling why it was made, what it was made for, what COVID is, how long we've known about it. Doctors, everybody getting involved. Go over there and have a listen, see. And the bottom line is TIs were, in fact, involved with this matter of national security for a long, long time, because this has been going on for a long, long time. And the CDC happens to be the center, not just Center for Disease Control, but the center of everything that's going on in this country and perhaps in other countries too. So
I think the vaccine is a separate issue from TI.
Well, I've talked to too many TIs one-on-one, and been to doctors with them, and been on the phones with them when they went to the hospitals and so on. And I can go and tell you, TIs are connected to COVID. You can take that to the bank.
And we probably have already been vaccinated. They have probably already given us the shots. They've given us so many other things. Oh, hi, everybody. What do you think about Biden's first 2 days?
I'm trying not to think about it.
Signed a lot of executive orders.
I'm not going to say anything. I was chastised already.
Yeah,
I think we had a very appropriate virtual inauguration for a virtual president. And that's what we've got. But he did talk about unity. Unity does not mean the same thing that it does to us. I think we better.
I don't think he uses the same dictionary we use.
No, either. He read George Orwell and used that one. I was going to say, let me say something real quick because my phone's going out and I've got to go charge it. If anybody listened to the prayer call Wednesday night that Frank and Dr. Black had, she mentioned that there were 84 countries, people from 84 different nations had contacted refuge for the storm. So this stuff is everywhere. It's very difficult to pinpoint exactly, who's doing what, because we got some villains outside our borders too. I mean, it could be all kinds of different possibilities. So we got them here, embedded in our deep state, but I wonder where else it's coming from. That's all. I got to go charge it.
Wow.
I think Biden's trying to get his nominees in place right now. I don't think he cares too much about impeachment.
Well, impeachment is a thing that they planned way back in December. They planned this impeachment. They set the whole thing up on January the 6th. Oh, yeah, these are professional criminals we're dealing with. These are the kind of criminals, I call them good background criminals. These are the ones that never get caught. Their crimes are never getting caught. And some of them do get caught. They don't never do no time. Isn't that crazy how this goes? Kind of reminds you of the gang stalkers, huh? They took everything. They stopped the border wall contract. Yeah. No more border wall. Come on, everybody. Come on in. Free. Everything's free in America. Everybody but Americans. I'm going to mute.
It's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but I understand that President Biden reversed everything that Trump did, including all of the good stuff. And I didn't realize he reversed the wall, too. But he is an ass for doing that. Now we're going to have Mexican people taking American jobs again. He'll probably take the wall down.
They already started.
Taking it down?
More construction, Frank. No. They're coming over here from Honduras by the thousands.
Oh, yeah. You get free Social
Security.
Security.
Be here in the next week and a half, maybe. At least here in Arizona.
Yeah, they drop them 10,000 at a time. When Mr. Obama was president, they dropped them on the Indian nation.
Oh yeah.
250,000, and they're all collecting $600 a piece, and they all complained about it.
Oh yeah, stop it.
You know what a cavalry bus is, Frank?
No, sir.
It's a big green helicopter with both sides wide open. If you see it from the bottom, it's as wide as a school bus is long, and will hold at least 30 to 40, and those are flying over all the time, OD green with markings, and they're full of immigrants. They're full of people.
Yeah, that's because they don't have the intelligence that we do, so they'll replace us with them probably.
Yeah. Well, they don't have. Listen, they don't have the rights we do.
Oh, they do though now. Oh, Mister, they gave them all the rights. If you walk over here, you have 6 years to become a citizen and collect benefits in the meantime. So we're screwed with this guy. I'm sorry.
And the ones
hey,
that are
Richard, that's not a Chinook helicopter, is it? A Chinook?
No, a Chinook has 2 blades, Mark. This has
well, Chinook has 2 blades.
Well, the Chinook has 2 blades. The cavalry bus has 1.
Oh, 1 blade.
You know what's so amazing? Is it took him 2 days. I mean, he went in signing executive orders on the 20th. And by the end of that night, 11 million immigrants are getting ready to get their citizenship. And the DACA program is totally protected. Nowhere but in America. Nowhere but in America.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm back. He just canceled 52,000 jobs that were working on the pipeline to Canada.
Yep, and then unemployment dropped down 70 more jobs. In 2 days. 2 days. Who knew? Oh my God, I want to throw up.
No, you'll wake up one morning and on your front porch or stuck in your mailbox will be a book to learn Chinese.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to learn Spanish first. That's going to be our main language.
That was a joke, son. That was a joke.
The immigrants don't have to learn the language, though. They can, they don't have to learn the language.
No, they don't.
Nope, they can. That used to be a prerequisite. If you become a citizen, you have to learn the language. You have to learn some history. They don't have to learn. Now, this guy makes me sick. I'm sorry, but he does.
Yep, you just come in, you call an agency, and the first thing they ask you is, for English, press 1. For Spanish, press 2. Or número 2.
For Chinese, press 3.
Frank, were there any people that found out or released the information that was in the letters at the funeral for George Sr. that was delivered to Barack and Michelle and everybody?
No.
And they're not going.
Well, no, never say never, but don't say they're not going to release that information. But Trump has them where he wants them, and this may be a smoke screen. I don't know what's going on with the wall, and they're tearing it down and all that, but Jeb looked like Jeb said that he was well, he didn't say, he looked, his face said it, but he looked like he was having a nervous breakdown. And then Laura, it looked like she wanted to break a few ribs with her elbow in his side, and she nudged him in the side, and he was like looking straight ahead and looking to the left, but his head never moved, his eyes were. And he looked to the left and to the right about 7 or 8 times, like My God. And everybody had that shocked look on their faces. And you're on check and you're being observed. And yes, really. You just didn't look at it close enough. If you didn't see that, it was in your face.
I said Hillary. When go back and look
Hillary,
at that.
Hillary. Yes, Hillary. What about her?
Well, go back and look at the film and showing when they handed her. I don't know what it was they handed her, but it was shocking to her reaction. Was
Everybody had that extreme shocked look. Even Barack Obama was like looking down at his lap at the letter and shaking his head, and Michelle was looking over at his and then at hers and then at to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, back and forth, Michelle. And it was unbelievable. Why would he do this at a funeral, for one thing? But it was, they couldn't go anywhere. That would be very, very, very out of order and rude. But for Trump to deliver such information at a funeral was over the top. I'm not saying that he did. They couldn't go. They couldn't leave. They couldn't talk. They just could absorb.
He cannot get a gold card, a MasterCard, a Visa. He has a book he wants to write, 250, oh God, I can't think of the names, the ones that do the books. They refused him, 250. They want us to go into re-educational camp. Yeah, they want
Trump's intelligence unit. Trump has enough money and has had enough money to have his intelligence go in and round up as much information on each of those people with the electronics that were hijacked and confiscated, and Trump has the upper hand in all of this. Don't think he doesn't. And he's free. He's been set free. His hands were tied when he was president, and they're not now. And they're panicking. They are in a panic right now.
You know that
and we
Trump
can't see the smoke for the trees.
Hey, what did she say?
You know, Trump is Scotch-Irish, and that's what's in him. You know, that expression you were describing, he can't do anything about it.
He's in the fighting mode, and he's an Irishman, and that's what the Irish do. They carry the shillelagh, and they're not used to being kicked around. They kick around.
Yeah, you remember before he became president, remember he was famous as a celebrity on whatever that TV show was, and he said, "You are fired." He would stand up and point to people. Remember that? And now we can't do anything about it. Yeah.
Right.
Problem with
Trump there's something else. There's something else way deeper. That rabbit hole's going all the way to China.
The problem with Trump is
China for the last 50 years. It ain't going. It's lived there. It lived through the Biden era. 47 years Biden.
Gloom and doom is the smoke screen.
Anything right? There is nothing that they can really say that he's doing. He's suffering from dementia. He's not going to be in that office long. He can't even hold a conference with the media.
Oh my gosh, you're right. You are so right about Biden.
I know.
He's going to get rubbed out. And Harrison or whatever is going to be the president. It's LBJ and Kennedy all over again.
She's not going to be the president.
It's Kennedy and LBJ all over again.
Harris is a puppet. Nancy Pelosi.
Frank, I'd like to ask, can some of you guys please look up on that woman, Harris, because if she might be a supporter that could help us, or she might be against us, since we're going to have to.
That's right. That's right.
Harris?
I don't think she's going to help anybody.
No, do you know anything that she did in California? The woman was smoking dope. She said she was listening to Tupac. She put 1,500 people in jail. She took people's kids away. There was this woman that had 3 children. She went to the school because they needed somebody that was ruthless in there, and the woman was working 2 jobs. Her 3 children were truancy. They put.
Well, how did Harris get the job?
Put the kids in children's service.
How did Harris get that job then?
Democratic machine.
Was it a hand-pick?
Good answer.
She was
so
appointed.
They needed somebody who was better than Biden. Yeah.
She was picked. You pick your vice president. The president picks his vice president.
Yes, he does. And do you remember when she was running for president? She had 0 supporters. She could not even raise enough money to keep trying to be president, to run for president. Nobody wanted her. Do you know that she just quit her Senate, just resigned from her Senate 4 days ago? She was scared herself that this wasn't going to go down. But let me tell you something. She ain't got scared yet, because the storm is coming and it's going to knock them off so hard they're not going to know what hit them.
Guys, I had a dream. I have these dreams about once a month. And I had a dream initially. I'm going to tell you about this dream. And it was a remake of the funeral. And Trump fashionably shows up late. And he distributes the envelopes. Everybody opens up the envelopes, and they're looking at each other. And the dream told me that they were set up. You did the crime. You're not going to be locked up. You're going to take a microchip. That was a dream. Take that for what it's worth. The GPS on the technologies of those dreams, of those microchips, it can GPS. It's very powerful technology. They can't leave. They can't run. They can't hide. They're stuck. Hillary, Obama, everybody has the chip. They did a treasonous act. And I make deals. I'm a guy who makes deals. You remember those comments. And I'll make a deal with you, and that's what this deal is. You're going to take a chip. I won't lock you up. You'll have your freedom. You can go about your lives the way you were. He's going to find out every little nook, cranny, and cubby hole that where they're hiding everything, who they're talking with. They can hear you. And GPS, your synthetic telepathic capabilities, and they're gonna find out. They're gonna find out, and the swamp. That's the big swamp tool right now. I think through the dream I had. What was this dream trying to? Every night I go to sleep and I think about the dream I had. It wasn't long. But that's all it was you're being microchipped. You are scheduled to be microchipped.
Sounds like an R&M
Don't try
dream.
to run. Don't try to run. Huh?
Sounds like a technology dream. They put it in. They gave
or
it
somebody was being fed. Someone was feeding me, or God did it, or I don't know where it came from, but I had the dream.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It was God. I want to choose God. You choose technology. But somebody did that to me. but I don't know where the dream came from. I just know that I haven't been able to think of much else.
It gave you a better dream than that. That dream sounds a little wicked. I think if it was God, I think He'd have gave you a better dream than that. That's just
I don't think so. I don't. Look at the wicked dreams that were in the Bible. The Bible. Remember the Bible, and some of the dreams that those guys had. They were pretty wicked. They were wicked. They made this dream look silly.
Okay, Mark. Can you play for some other people?
I'll back off. Give it to. I just wanted to open a conversation on this, and thank you, Frank.
Yeah, you did a good job too. We got a lot of people interested in that.
Yes, sir.
Of course, now everybody will shut up now.
It's something to chew on and think about.
Yeah.
Well, we've been chewing on it and thinking about it for more than 30-some years. All of us already have been aware of the chips and control.
Not the leadership, though, Richard. Not leadership. Ever.
It's just so sad. That's the reason they had to steal the election. That's the reason why all the judges didn't want to hear the evidence. Thousands of people had allegations. They didn't even want to hear it. Could it be so much like us? Targeted individuals?
He turned it around.
Oh, wow.
Hi. Hey, who is it who had the dream?
I'm sorry, what?
Who is it who had that dream?
Me.
Okay. Can I ask you something? What would be a coincidence if people getting the inoculation for COVID-19, if there is a microchip in it?
That's true. It is. It is a microchip in its own right with the smart technology of the virus, a smart virus. Yes, that is a smart virus.
No, what I'm saying is
half
when
biologic.
people. No, what
half
I'm
machine,
saying is
half biological.
That's not what I mean.
It self-replicates
what
its
I'm
own
saying
cell
is,
3 times faster.
Let the lady finish, Mark. Let her finish.
I'm just answering questions, Richard.
No, she's trying to finish her question, Mark.
I'm trying to ask.
Go for it.
When somebody gets vaccinated for the COVID-19, what would be a coincidence of having a microchip in that medication you're getting?
Bingo. That's exactly what's in it.
Look, I said this the other night. Look up a company called Apiject. APIJECT. That's the delivery method, and it's not too hard to figure out if you look at the ad on the page that they're gonna chip the damn thing with nanoparticulate or something.
Yes.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying.
And we have been the guinea pigs for years.
Bingo.
So, I don't know.
Well, the cat's out of the bag. And
I'm glad the government's hearing
tumbling
this.
Down. House of Cards.
Yeah, the cat's
Now the government knows where their vaccine coming from for the COVID-19 virus, and now they know they're getting a microchip, so they're going to be more sick than we are in a couple more years. That's good. It's a good thing they're listening.
Oh, they're listening.
Oh, so I'm still kind of confused. So, does it come from the United States, Russia, or China? I think they're all involved, which forms a cabal, the one world order. I think they're all involved with it.
Well, the New World Order comes from the United Nations organizing, and the Agenda 21 is applicable in this sense. And we have a lot of other things that enter in, but this is so in your face about what Trump is about. He's not conventional. He doesn't do it conventionally. He's not a career politician. And that's what's shocking everybody there at that funeral. And
okay. So is Trump still in the run? Maybe Trump can still help us? Is there somebody who could speak to him?
Yes, very much so, yes.
Let's not...
Trump is rounding up his information as we speak.
Okay.
Off of the technology, and he found out the hiding spots of everybody.
Trump had his own... Never mind.
What I mean is there one of us who could speak to Trump that would probably help us?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I cannot think
Leave
of
it
anything
alone.
that
Leave
we
that
can
part
offer
alone.
him.
Okay.
It's
say
coming.
Real
It's
quick?
coming. Don't worry about that part. It's gonna destroy itself. Then we can start moving a little here, a little there. But leave it alone. We don't want to upset what's going on and make distractions to the swamp being drained. In essence, we are. This is a big victory for the TI community of what Trump is doing right now. He's free. His hands were tied. He was shackled when he was in and being made fun of and cut down and wanting every time he turned around to be impeached and stuff. He's not. They can't do that to him anymore. He's a citizen. Oh, they can arrest him. They can try and impeach him, but he's free. He can do what he wants to do. They're panicking. They are in a whirlwind of panic right now. And they're acting like everything is hunky-dory and normal and like, oh, well, I got tipped, but, just act normal, guys. Go about your business. Well, isn't that special?
Well, before we keep getting smart alecky and beat our chests and all kinds of things, listen to some really good, sensible conversations. I thought, that Rubin report, that was interesting. He had 3 people on there. One of them was Sean Spicer. One of them was another guy I don't know. But anyway, listen, they're analyzing where we are and where it's going, and they're doing it with good, cool heads, and they know what's going on. They really do. So I would suggest that someone listen to today. I guess it happened today, the discussion they had today about how to organize, whether there should be a third party or whether it's better to stay, how to handle the fact that Republicans are just as tainted as the Democrats. It's not a Democrat-Republican thing. It's a deep state problem that we have infiltrated our entire government and all over. But one thing they did say was that we should just wait for a while and see what's going to happen. Trump has declared he's not going away. I don't know what he's going to do, and I don't think anybody knows. He may not know exactly.
He's doing it. He is doing it.
Do you see see what the Democrats are doing? I mean, this is what I'm seeing, and I respect everything you're saying, everything that you're saying. I respect that, but it seems like I'm seeing it in a different way. I'm seeing everything, the riots, the looting in Portland, in Georgia, in Washington. I'm looking at all of these countries that are, and they're still doing it in Portland, breaking windows, looting, Antifa. I see our country being destroyed. I see Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats moving everybody from Obama's. The whole thing is in the White House now. I want to believe it's going to be okay. But 2 days has already been a nightmare. They're saying that they have to start all over again with the vaccinations. They're going to start from scratch because Trump left them in an empty cookie jar, and they don't know which way to go. They got to start from scratch. I'm not seeing it. I'm just.
Is Frank there? Is Jesse there?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to ask, what does it mean when I call in and if I hear the show has been locked? Because I just heard that on my phone, and I know it's not your show, but I know it's the perks.
No, I locked the show because I'm having problems with someone.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it happens.
Okay.
I don't tell anybody. Just carry on.
Okay. Well, can anybody think, should we think that maybe Trump could be useful to us? Can anybody think to say anything to Trump that maybe he could help us? My phone cut off again.
No, ma'am. No.
Don't say anything to him. Okay.
Well, you can't. He left the White House. He was welcomed back home, I assume, in New York today. Or possibly in Florida. I'm not sure.
Well, in Florida, even though he has whatever at a club there, in Florida, they don't actually welcome him, from what I understood on the news. But he can live there, but it's not actually going to be open to him.
Neighbors want him gone.
People don't like celebrities there.
There's a contract that says he won't live there full time, and his neighbors want to enforce it.
Yeah. He's been too controversial, I think.
He still has all of the rights that we have, plus Secret Service, plus anything he wants.
That's
great.
right.
He can order a Mars bar at 1 a.m. But we don't have rights as long as, they took away our life. They stole our life.
We sort of have to put a little bit of a lid on that because it's only been a couple of days. He'll screw up, and then we can get all excited. Oh, God.
Yeah, no, God, Jarrett. Wait a minute. Can you see his fake white hair with a red time bomb? So, yep. He's funny. Wait a minute. He still owns Trump Towers, but a long time ago, he went to Russia and he tried to have Trump Towers made there, and he went to England and he said, I wish I was a member of the British family, you know, so he wants to live everywhere. I'm sure somebody will put him in.
Catherine, he can live anywhere he wants to live. He's a multi-billionaire, all right? So
yeah, he's one of those who made this.
Well, excuse me?
He has a intelligence division of his own.
Yes, he does.
His makes what the government has look a little silly with less technology. He has the technology. He has enough money to knock down satellites, but he's not doing that.
Instead, he's letting basic citizens suffer. Yeah.
No,
that's not what I was meaning. What I was meaning is billionaires are responsible for where they're putting their money.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Does anybody know anything about Humble AI? I mean, quantum AI.
That's pretty deep.
Very deep. Very, very deep.
That there are other planets out there that have clones of us there through energy, not biology.
It is computers. Quantum AI is when the computer that controls a lot of our targeting technology-wise can reset itself at any given time.
Okay, can you guys hold on just for 1 minute? Hold on. Okay, just hold. Don't say anything.